Oh yeah, I didn't set up the camera yet. Whoops. Sorry, I had to step out. So I just like forgot to set up stuff. It's a really out of nowhere stream. What do you mean? I told you I would stream. What do you mean? I told you I would stream. The hell are you guys on about? I literally said it like the last stream I did, and I said it yesterday in a post. What are you guys on about? Speaking of which, I was meaning to check on mute. Hey, mute. Hope you're doing okay. Miss Reed. Hey. Sorry about that. Okay, where was I? Setting this up. Okay. Why am I like so far off to the right? Why am I so far off to the right? What the fuck? Oh yeah, and this thing. Okay. Watashi ga kita. I am here. I am here. And I did absolutely no fucking research for any of this. Oh, thanks for the donation, Goku. Yeah, I've done absolutely no fucking research. Why is this stream to people so random? I don't get it. Why does this stream feel so random to people? I don't understand. Is it because it's early? Like usually I don't stream this early? Like why is it confusing? Why are you guys confounded? So confounding. Fate, stream out of nowhere. You missed some DMs. Why is everyone saying that? Why is the stream random? Why does everyone think this stream is random? I don't get it. Bruh. The fuck's going on? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why is this stream random? I don't understand. I think you guys just like got stuck in the Fate doesn't stream mentality because I just kind of fucked off for like a whole week. That's probably why I just fucked off for a whole week and your mind just got like overwritten and you're like, nah, he doesn't stream. So when I streamed a second stream, they're like, oh my god, he's alive, and that's weird. He should be dead. Oh man, where do we start? No, usually you post before streams. That's why. No, not always. It's not that. It's like pretty inconsistent, I would argue. But yeah, I just needed a bit. Yesterday I like slept like garbage, so I just was feeling terrible. So I just decided not to stream. So I spent that whole day just like kind of recovering, and I feel a lot better now. I slept like a solid 9 hours, feeling pretty good. Bought me a little too much stuff. The Sony thing like kind of triggered my urge to buy physical media, so I've been buying a little too much. I gotta start paying that shit off. Luckily, I got a raise, so that definitely helps. But yeah, okay. Where were we? Ugh. Okay. So where should we start? Unfortunately, Mute still doesn't have any posts. I was just checking that. Unfortunately, Mute just does not have any posts still. Oh no, they're not supposed to see that. I was just checking on him. But yeah, no, nothing from there. Let me check my bookmarks, see if there's anything in there that I saved that would be interesting to talk about. Yeah, so okay, I found a good thing to talk about. So one thing I found that was really interesting is I saw like two different posts from two different people saying something along the lines of Chisser doesn't actually feel guilty. She just wants to ease her conscience. Did you get to Twitch affiliate? That's a good question. Let's check. before we start, let's just check that. I'm not sure. How are we doing? Twitch affiliate. It seems to still think I have a minimum average of 4, like only one stream where, oh, does the stream need to be 4 hours to qualify? Is that why? Because, okay, so let me clear this up. I think I understand what the fucking problem is. I think I get why I'm not getting to affiliate. Okay, so I'll show you guys really quick. So the requirements are, first, reach 25 followers. We're way past that. We're like at 53 or something. 2, stream 4 days in a month. Okay, that doesn't amount to anything. This is where it shows itself. Stream 4 hours a month. I'm assuming because of the stream 4 hours a month or some shit like that, maybe that's the only, like, days that count. Like, I'm not sure. Is that the reason that the streams need to be 4 hours? That's not what it's saying. It's saying it needs to be 4 hours a month. But does the stream need to be 4 hours to count for the average viewer thing? Are we, like, constantly on and off? Is that why? Like, maybe it just doesn't count. Because, like, people will, like, get off and come back, so the number drops at some point, and then it's just like, okay, it no longer counts. So maybe that's the issue. That's why I'm trying to get, like, more people on Twitch, so, like, if someone does leave, at least there'll be other people that'll stay for a certain duration. So I think there were points in these streams that we were streaming where at some point it dropped below the intended number, and then and it stayed there for just like a little bit. So it was just like, oh, no, okay, it doesn't count, right? We dropped below the intended number, so it just says doesn't count. Fuck you. So I think maybe that might be what's happening. So yeah, let's have like a consistent number of people on Twitch for like a decent amount of time, if possible. I would really appreciate that. Like, I'd like to go above 3, maybe 6, if possible, just because it keeps fucking dropping. Or maybe that could be the reason, because we've done at least 6 different streams, maybe 5 or 6 different streams where we've definitely had more than the intended amount, you know, which is just 3 viewers. And yet, I still don't have it. So, I don't understand. You know? Maybe we'll need to look it up later to get a clue. But anyways. So we were talking about something here. So I saw a few different posts of people saying that Chizuru isn't actually guilty. She's just trying to, like, ease her conscience. Or it's really funny that the moment Chizuru thinks of the kiss, she blushes and kind of gets over it. And she starts focusing some more. And that's interesting because I don't think that's totally true. I think there's a part of this that's somewhat true. What do I mean? Chizuru is absolutely trying to ease her fucking conscience. That's like, and at the same time, there's the other aspect of, well, Chizuru is like confronting an abuser, so naturally she feels relieved when she doesn't have to confront her. You know, Chizuru has become afraid of confrontation as a byproduct of what happened in Hawaiians. She's absolutely become afraid of that, right? It's a trauma. At the same time, like, Ruka is kind of an abuser to Chizuru. Chizuru's just literally afraid to talk to her, right? But at the same time, maybe she feels like she's wronged her. Do you see how, like, it's layered? Where it's like, on one hand, maybe Chizuru thinks she's wronged Ruka. On the other hand, you could think of Ruka as a kind of abuser to Chizuru. So Chizuru's literally afraid to talk to her. So it's like this layered thing where she feels bad, and at the same time, maybe she's just trying to ease her conscience. So I think that's the thing. It's like we're seeing half of the picture, right? We're literally seeing half of the picture. And I think that's a important element at play here, right? We're seeing half truths. We're not seeing the full picture. Let's see what else I got. Here, I'll remove these over here. All right, the reason I'm not showing these posts is because they are accounts that do not seem to want to interact with me, and that is fine. I'm not going to put them on stream, nor am I going to engage with them personally. I just found what they had to say interesting, right? So I'm just not going to post these accounts on stream just because they don't seem interested in interacting with me, or at the very least, they don't seem to like it. And that's enough of a reason for me to not put them on here, right? Especially because they're smaller accounts. I think that's like mostly the big reason. If it's like a big account and they're saying something wrong and maybe they just don't interact with me or they don't know about me, maybe I can engage with that. But it really depends. It's a fluctuating thing. It's not consistent. But yeah, this is just more of a me thing, I guess, just for this particular account. So let's see. Yeah, so like the impression that this chapter kind of gives you, at least on maybe surface level, is maybe Chizuru doesn't feel that guilty about it. Another person posted something. Let me see if I can find that. These are my replies, but some of these I didn't reply to. What the hell? There we go. Okay, found it. Chizuru is not concerned about Ruka's feelings. Yeah, she's just apologizing to ease her conscience and lighten her heart. Deep down, Chizuru couldn't care less about Ruka. But that's not really true. Right? A lot of her motivation is feeling like bad over Ruka and shit. I don't know if she's like really, I don't think she doesn't give a shit about Ruka. Right? That doesn't seem accurate. A lot of Chizuru's like there's I think you're like picking one half of, like, this person, in my opinion, is picking one half of Chizuru's feelings. On one part, yeah, Chizuru probably like is putting Ruka aside and focusing on what she wants. But that's the thing. You can only care about a person so much. Like, I'm not even trying to be a dick. You can only care about a person so much. At some point, you got to do something for you and not for that person. You know, like, you can feel guilty about someone all you want. But if you like, at some point, you do have to put yourself first. And I've been in a lot of situations where Chizuru has been, where I've put myself first, and it gives the impression to someone that I don't give a shit about someone else. But it's like, no, I'm just prioritizing my own feelings. You know? And I think that's an important thing to discuss here in terms of Ruka's character, where it's like, that's an issue you can literally see with Kazuya very, very clearly, where Kazuya absolutely keeps not putting himself first in certain circumstances, and in so doing, Ruka abuses him, right? It's like you care about her too much. And I think that's an aspect that's present with Chizuru and Kazuya, like in very like specific instances where sometimes they care too much and sometimes they just don't care and they want to prioritize themselves and they don't know how to find a balance between that, where they don't know how to prioritize themselves while at the same time like caring enough about Ruka. And that's a hard thing to find a balance with in life. But please understand, that's not easy. And people can interpret it like this, right? Where Chizuru, there's a layers to Chizuru's feelings towards Ruka that she doesn't even understand yet. So naturally, you don't. That's absolutely present in this chapter. She literally says, I don't like this. I actually feel relieved, right? And then she plays it out in her head. I do this too, right? You play it out in your head and you wonder to yourself, okay, what if she answered? What if I talked to her, right? So Chizuru clearly wants forgiveness from Ruka, right? That's pretty much what's implied here with you, where I don't think there's any chance she can forgive me. She says that, but what that's implying to you, and that's why she's seeing half of the truth, she desires forgiveness from Ruka, right? That literally shows Chizuru cares about her. The reason Chizuru is afraid of talking to Ruka, and the reason she feels relieved, is because she literally underneath it all believes that Ruka's not going to forgive her. She wants to be forgiven by Ruka. I think that's really important, specifically because it ties directly to the 3-month time skip, it ties directly into Hawaiians, and more importantly, it ties directly to Mommy, where Mommy probably desires some forgiveness too, but she doesn't know how, right? And she doesn't think she will be forgiven, so she just doesn't even engage in that conversation, right? Whereas Chizuru's trying, but she doesn't recognize she wishes to be forgiven. And yet, I would argue, shouldn't Ruka be the one apologizing to Chizuru? Right? And I know a lot of people in chat will just like agree with me like outright, right? Like a lot of people in chat will just either agree that Ruka should either apologize to Kazuya or apologize to Chizuru. But let's play devil's advocate here. You know, let's try and play devil's advocate here, right? Why should Ruka apologize to Chizuru? A lot of people don't see it this way. Like, and you have to understand that especially like Ruka fans, absolutely don't see it this way. that they think Chizuru is the one who should apologize to Ruka. She's the one who went behind her back. She's the one who did all this. And yet, in the recent interactions with Umi, Ruka kind of straight up admits, like, yeah, a lot of this is just kind of my doing, isn't it? You know, a lot of this is just kind of my doing, isn't it? Right? I'm the one who pushed. Chizuru was just the final push, right? I'm the one who, like, forced this situation, you know? I think that's a lot of this is, like, tells of, like, the author, like, reframing the story and, like, essentially telling the viewers, hey, there's a lot of things that you're, like, not looking at honestly, just as the characters aren't, and you're literally seeing half of a truth. You know, I think half truths are like a central theme in the current arc. Like, it's a very deeply rooted thing that seems to be like interconnected to everything. You know, we're seeing half of a truth. I don't think there's any chance she forgives me. Chizuru wishes to be forgiven, right? So that's what this is implying to you. I asked Crumpy on a little bit more clarification on this part where Chizuru says, "Nothing I say makes any sense." I was wondering, I'm like, okay, what the fuck does that mean? And like some people probably pieced it together. But here is what Crumpy ended up telling me. So when I asked him about it, he said that what Chizuru says here in the official translations is correct. So what she says is correct in the official translations. So I just told him, like, okay, I'm a little confused. Is there, like, can I get a little more clarity on this? Is there, like, something else that I'm just not catching? He says, I don't think there's more clarity in the Japanese. The things about making sense is this in Japanese. So says, so this is the word Chizuru uses: to make sense, to be consistent, to be logical, to stand to reason, to be coherent. Again, every single one of these things makes sense. However, being consistent, I think being consistent and following a sense of logic is really important to Chizuru's character. So that makes sense. Like when you think about it, it's like, oh, no fucking shit. Like that's what making sense means. But to me, that gave me a little bit more clarity. So Chizuru's logic is inconsistent, right? What does that tell you? She doesn't know what the fuck she wants. She doesn't really know what she wants out of Ruka. That's what this is implying to you. Nothing I say makes sense because I'm being inconsistent. I clearly don't know what I want. That ties perfectly into this line. I don't like this. I actually feel relieved. It's like I don't want to interact with Ruka. Nothing I say makes sense. Why am I contacting her if I don't want to talk to her? Right? Why am I trying to apologize if I don't want to? And I think that's kind of what this is implying to you. What Chizuru doesn't understand her reasoning. She's literally seeing half of the truth. That's why you see her glasses, right? You see the glasses are like cut in half. You see part of her eye, right? She's only seeing half of the picture, and yet she's in total darkness, right? And I think that's kind of important. Now, what's interesting here is we see Chizuru in a room completely lit up, right? We see Chizuru in a room that's completely lit up. So that's really interesting, right? The room that Chizuru's in is completely lit up. And it takes place at night. What is Reiji doing here? To me, what Reiji just did here is an inversion of when Chizuru was interacting with Umi. It's an inversion of that. What do I mean? Kazuya's out walking at night, right? Chizuru is in her house, and she is all lit up. That was literally what it was like when Chizuru was walking home, right? Chizuru was outside at night, whereas Kazuya was inside in the light. Okay? Why is this possibly important? Well, Chizuru starts kind of mirroring him in his own home, right? It's like she's literally under a false light, right? She's under a false light. And so naturally, it casts inconsistent shadows. Now, by the end of this, Chizuru seems focused. So that's really interesting. By the end of this, Chizuru seems really focused. She seems to have like kind of her shit together. And it seems like just thinking of the kiss is a driving motivation for her. So I think that's really interesting, right? That the kiss is a driving motivation for her. And she like when it comes to the play and when it comes to like these actions that she takes, she is consistent. When it comes to Ruka and her feelings, she's very inconsistent. And she doesn't know why, right? Chizuru doesn't recognize her own inconsistencies when it comes to her feelings, right? because she's just like, why am I inconsistent? Right? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Okay. Let me read some of the comments. We talked about Kazuya being the one to not pass his driving test, but what if Mommy is the one who doesn't pass her driving test, and that's what allows Kazuya to see what Mommy's home life is like? Okay. I can see that. That would be weird, but interesting. We talk about what if Kazuya doesn't get his license, and here I thought, what if it rains in the farm as it is outside? Yeah. Especially like if it's a big moment. Yeah, I think I saw this post from you. I think I caught a glimpse of the stuff you sent me, Eddie Man. So I think I saw that. Where you said something along those lines of oh, well, what if it rains on the date? Right? The farm is outside. What if it's raining? Right? And Kazuya doesn't consider that it might rain because it's a month away and you have no clue. I think that would be really interesting. You know, the main reason why that marker never goes up is because it counts the average viewership per stream. It doesn't count the peak number. It picks the number that watched the stream longer that you need more than the number they say, so that the average, when it rounds down to, drops off so it gets to 4. So pretty much what I was saying, we need more people. So pretty much what I was saying, we need more people in the stream. Yeah. Well, you guys heard it. Okay, let's see what Twitch side has to say. Okay. Hi, Jojo. Are the roles starting to switch? I mean, Ruka should start apologizing for everything she has done, and Chizuru should take the initiative for once and stop letting Kazuya do everything for her. I feel like I've read this somewhere. I don't know if I read it last stream. I don't know if I read it on Twitter or something. I read this somewhere. This exact sentence. Or sentences. I've read this somewhere. Last stream, YouTube. Oh. Okay, I guess you did write it. Okay. I kind of see it as Kazuya and Chizuru coloring each other. I mean, yeah, the roles are already swapping in the sense that we're seeing Chizuru literally act like Kazuya. So, it's kind of there. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really plan this stream a whole lot. I just kind of threw myself in. I haven't had time to just, like, sit down and think about the chapters. I was just kind of in my own universe. Yeah, I was just kind of off in my own little universe, just kind of doing whatever. And sometimes that's good. Sometimes that, ladies and gents, is a good thing. It's good to take a break sometimes and just not think about anything. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot from the Japanese side. Unfortunately, I just don't see a whole lot on the Japanese side. Okay. I was trying to see if we could maybe check Twitter a little more before we switch to Reddit. Oh, I know. We can check the YouTube chat. I saw someone wrote something on YouTube chat, so let me go read it really quick. Yeah, I saw someone wrote something on YouTube chat, so I'm gonna go to that real quick. By the way, I'm yawning, but I'm actually not that sleepy. Right? It's not like, oh, I'm so fucking tired yawning. It's more like, I'm kind of tired yawning. So this was the stream last time. Okay, let's pause that real quick. Oh, maybe I could use some music. Wait, I thought there were comments here. Maybe I mixed up my streams. I think it wasn't this stream that people commented on. It was this one. Okay, there they are. Ugh. Okay. Let's give it a shot. Ah. Fuck me. Whew. Maybe I am sleepy. I feel like I'm starting to catch up on sleep, so maybe that's what's going on. I definitely need to start having some sort of music in the background here. And what I'll do is I'll just lower it. There we go. That's... I don't know if you guys can hear this. It's probably pretty low. It's like from one of my favorite new what is it? Fights. But I'll change it. I'll put to something that's a little more fitting. There. Relax one maybe. How's this? Is this one hearable? It's a good piano. I'm just worried that this is gonna get licensed or something. Hopefully not. Should be okay. It's good? Okay. Good. We like this one. Okay. Okay, we're glad we got something. Okay, let's read what someone has to say here. So first, we're gonna start with Bacon. Hey Bacon, get ready to get put on blast. Copyright free jazz playlist. I just don't like anything, you know? It's not just anything. I like listening to certain kinds of music. So it helps when it's like Final Fantasy music, but if I just keep it low, it should be fine. I just don't like copyright free shit. It always sounds meh. You know, and also doesn't get me interested. Like this song's peak. This song's kind of peak. Okay, so let's see. The thing I got from this chapter, sorry I missed the stream, is that Kazuya, and maybe the readers too, are under the impression that he's growing, when in reality he isn't learning anything. It's not that he's not learning anything. It's that the things he's learning, he's learning, so he's growing. He is growing. But it's like growth that's not gonna matter in the long run if you think about it. So it raises the question, is it really growth? It's kind of what you're saying, but not quite. He's just learning the wrong things, right? So you're saying he's just working out, same with driving. He's not addressing the big issue, his secret self-loathing. It's not so secret, to be honest, but it's driving everything he's doing. Every single action that he takes is deeply rooted in his self-loathing, right? So it's not secret. Every single thing he does is rooted in it, right? And I think that's something that I like. Okay, so quick note, just a quick thing I'm gonna bitch about. This is the thing that I think I started appreciating with Ruka's character recently that I think people don't see. What do I mean by this? Well, you know the heart condition thing? You know Ruka's bullshit heart condition thing that like barely ever gets brought up in the plot, right? It barely ever gets brought up in the entire plot. You're like, oh, I wish the story would explore it more. That's fair, right? I can understand that, right? I think people kind of misunderstand what Reiji's doing with it. This is one of those things where it's a great example of contextual, what's the word? Contextual actions for the characters that you need to dissect. I think, in my opinion, Reiji's actually been doing a lot with that, from the get-go, even when it's not being shown. What do I mean? Well, Ruka's actions, much like Kazuya, are directly informed by the heart condition thing. And the thing is, what Reiji's doing that's brilliant is that he's tricking you into thinking this thing matters. The phone thing, in my opinion, technically never truly mattered. It's literally an object physically representative of her insecurity. Her checking her heart condition constantly, right? Or sorry, her checking her heart condition in certain scenes, not constantly, is literally an object of the illusion. You not constantly seeing it perfectly represents that. So it not being a big plot point to be discovered at the same time also is the point. The whole idea of it is that Ruka's actively hiding this. So here's a great question. Does Kazuya know about Ruka's home life? Does he know any of her friends? Does he know what school is like besides the little things that she tells him? No. It's because Ruka actively keeps a huge part of her life a secret from him. Pretty ironic, isn't it? She wants him to love her, yet keeps a lot of these things secret from him. The phone and the heart condition is literally an object representative of that. It's all just this thing that Reiji, that you think that you get under the condition of, that it's a big deal, and you wish the characters would know and explore it more. However, that is the crux of Ruka's character. The characters not knowing about this. Because if they did, they would look down on her. Wait, Kazuya doesn't know about her heart condition? Nope. Not a clue. He has no idea. No. Nobody does. Except for, like, her parents and maybe close people. Like, at school and shit. Which goes to raise the question, wait, you claim to love this person and he doesn't fucking know this stuff. Yeah, that is huge. And the more intense what Ruka gets, the more that the weight of this thing becomes clearer. The phone only comes back specifically to highlight Ruka's insecurity starting to show itself. That's what the phone is. The phone is quite literally Ruka's insecurity showing itself. Now, you're probably wondering, well, why don't the characters learn about her heart condition? Because she literally keeps it a secret. Now, that could also be a stupid reason, right? Like, of course she keeps it a secret. Why, the narrative should still leverage us knowing about it. Well, I think there's a reason for that. To me, her heart condition is partially an illusion because you see that constantly. She constantly does things that show she's perfectly fine. And there is pretty much, like, it feels like there's no heart condition. Right? The story actively shows you she's fucking fine. It literally seems like there's no heart condition. It's almost like she tricked herself. Now, the heart condition is probably real to some degree. Like, it's probably real. I'm just saying is what she's tricking herself into is that she thinks she's deficient in some ways. But in her just believing she's not deficient, suddenly her entire life is fun. Not because her heart condition changed, but more because the heart condition is an excuse. So naturally, it's not this big thing. What Reiji, in my opinion, is saying, and the reason he's not leveraging the heart condition constantly, is because she's fine. She's not any less deficient as a person for having this heart condition. She can experience everything everyone else experiences. However, if it becomes relevant, which I think it will soon, and the characters learn about it, that's going to be important for the characters, specifically because, okay, there's this heart condition that this character has. Oh no, she's weaker than we thought. And Ruka's going to be confronted with the fact that she's not weaker. And oh look, suddenly Ruka's actions that she's been doing up until this point have a lot of weight, don't they? Right? Ruka is the aggressor. Ruka is the predator-like character. She is the one causing the problems. And yet she has this heart condition. It makes you question, are you really weak? Are you really weak? Or have you just convinced yourself you're weak, considering what you can do? Right? Considering all the damage Ruka has done, whether it be physically or emotionally, it raises the question, is Ruka truly weak? Or has she just convinced herself she is powerless? Oh, look, directly mirrors Kazuya. Her heart deficiency thing is a direct mirror of the fact that everyone keeps telling Kazuya that he's just average and he's not interesting, he has nothing going for him. It's almost like both of these characters used these elements of themselves to convince themselves that they are a certain way. Oh, look, didn't Ruka literally try to look more adult, more mature to try and fit in? It's almost like her trying to become more adult is a direct continuation of what? Her heart condition. It's the same thing. Her trying to look adult is just a disguise. That's why she doesn't care about it. Why do you think Ruka dropped that? Why do you think Ruka just dropped that I'm trying to look adult bullshit almost immediately? That's not the issue. However, Kazuya's looks are the issue. So what does Kazuya do? That's right. He tries to look better. He tries to look buff. He needs to feel more. He needs to feel more secure about himself physically because he's insecure about himself, right? About how he looks. Whereas Ruka is insecure about her heart and how her heart feels and how she reacts. In particular, she's insecure about her feelings. Kazuya's issue is not his feelings, it's himself, right? It's how he looks. In that way, Ruka acts as a parallel to Chizuru because Chizuru doesn't understand her feelings, whereas Ruka is insecure about her feelings, right? And that is directly represented through her body, right? How she dresses. It's directly represented in her heart. Her heart is not the actual issue. Her feelings are. It's insecurity. She feels like she's missing something. Therefore, she tries to get it. Right? And if you guys remember, what was Reiji's description of Ruka's character? What was the basis of her character? Right? Let's pull that up. Ruka, the part of me that can't accept the inferiority complex of being born without having something, and I yearn for it every day. She has an inferiority complex around not having something, so she tries to get it. The heart condition is merely a representation of that, not an actual thing that's stopping her from anything. And that insecurity, that inferiority has gone so out of the walls that it's represented in the actions she takes to other people, right? The actions she causes to other people. In contrast with Kazuya, rather than the actions he's causing to other people, it is the actions that he causes to himself, right? His insecurity is how he looks, right? That's his insecurity. It's how he looks. And it's represented through his powerlessness. Except he's not powerless, right? So what does he do? He tries to change himself. In so doing, making himself powerless. Ruka, in contrast, is inferior, feels inferior. So what does she do? She tries to make other people feel powerless, right? By trying to grab power from them. She's an inversion of Kazuya. And in so doing, acts as an inversion or somewhat parallel to Chizuru. Whereas Chizuru technically has everything, right? She doesn't feel like she does, right? So Chizuru's confusion about her feelings, Ruka represents that. So I think that's the thing I just kind of wanted to point out really quick. It's like, okay, why are people like constantly, oh, Ruka's whole bullshit is like never discussed between the characters? There's a reason it's not, right? I think if Reiji brings it up, it would be more of a final arc thing for Ruka, or like where we are right now, where it's a big change for Ruka's character. And rather, if it was brought up sooner, it would be really generic and boring. Because let's play it out, right? Characters learn about Ruka's thing. They feel sad, but they get to know Ruka better. Dynamic changes for the better. Oh, everything is better. Except in real life, those things don't get discovered that easily. Right? In real life, if you want to keep a secret, you will keep a fucking secret. So instead, what Reiji does is, how can I make this secret interesting? Right in your face. You know it's there. The other characters don't know it's there, but every single action she takes is represented by this secret. Every single thing Ruka does, rooted in this secret. Until that secret, that coping, if you will, becomes so fucking self-destructive that there comes a point where you have to recognize that it's costing too much. Oh, look, literally Kazuya and Chizuru. Kazuya's coping that he needs to change and look better and do all these things and go above and above and above and above and more and beyond is leading to a point where it's going to cause too much damage. Right? What is, I don't think Chizuru's like coping with a whole lot. Chizuru's in action, I would argue, when it comes to Kazuya. I guess that's the coping, right? The coping that she's not good enough, right? That is going to reach a point where it's like, okay, your inaction has caused too much damage, and you have to come to terms with that. Mommy running away from what she's done is just fucking cope, right? what is this? What did I describe this as? It's defensive mechanisms, right? Defensive mechanisms aren't inherently bad. There just comes a point where they become bad. And you have to recognize, okay, you can't stay in this defense mechanism forever. It's going to become a problem. Okay, so where were we? Kazuya says something to the effect of, if Mizuhara rejects me, at least I'll have my muscles, my license, and, not my license, my... Yeah, I think, yeah, actually it was my license. And he says he'll have his muscles, his license. Right? If she rejects me, I'll have my muscles, my license, and my job hunting. None of which are guaranteed within 10 years. None of which are guaranteed within 10 years. Right lesson, wrong reason. I would argue the lesson in itself is not necessarily incorrect. The reasoning is incorrect. His license is not guaranteed within 10 years, right? He could just as easily lose that. That's something anyone can get. That doesn't mean anything, you know? His muscles, right? He doesn't even really have them yet. I think that's the point. It's rather than he'll have these things, rather he doesn't even have them yet. Right? He acts like job hunting is something he has. Job hunting is the thing to get the thing you want. Not actually like the task, right? You've yet to accomplish anything. So how can you say you have it? I think that's more of the accurate thing. He's deluding himself. Something's going to happen on the date. Yeah, we've said this for a while. People keep saying something is going to happen on the date. I think Reiji wants us to think that. Rather, but he's going to subvert it somehow. Reiji wants you to think something is going to happen on the date, right? That is the impression Reiji's trying to give you. Something is going to happen on the date. I think there's a chance maybe something is going to happen before the date even happens, right? We're so sure something's going to happen to the date. Something might happen before the date, but it might not even derail the date. For all we know, the date itself could actually end up being incredibly positive. Right? But not in the way that we think. He also says at some point, Mizuhara always pulls me forward. That's very interesting for wording. Pulling has an annotation with resist. Not necessarily. Usually harder to pull something than it is to push. Don't know if anyone caught that. Is it harder to pull than to push? I mean, I guess I could see that. I would argue, rather than pulling and pushing is the issue, if Chizuru is the one pulling him forward, who's pulling her forward? I would argue that's more of the thing to be discussed, right? I'll need these things going forward in life. You won't need, not necessarily. You don't necessarily need your fucking muscles. Job hunting, maybe, right? Job hunting, maybe. But even then, shouldn't you find a passion? I would argue a passion is more important to you in life than job hunting. Not a job. I'm saying a job is important, don't get me wrong, but you finding a passion is more important than you job hunting or learning how to job hunt. Because you can always just research these things. But you finding something you really give a shit about, you can invest in, you can make some money in, it's pretty good. If I don't grow as a person, I won't be the right man for Mizuhara. For Mizuhara, what about Chizuru? There's purpose in trying. Trying is what matters. I think that's a lie a lot of people tell themselves. I even said this, I think. I think that's a lie a lot of people tell themselves. It's a very, like... It's not necessarily wrong, but it's childish. And feel free to tell me in the comments what you think of that. I think that's kind of a childish mindset. Oh, trying is what matters. No, I think, in my opinion, you shouldn't just try. Try with purpose. Try with reasoning. Try with intent. Don't just try. Because you can just try and not really put an effort in. You know, you can just try and not really put an effort in. Trying does matter, absolutely. But you can try without really putting an effort in. I think Chizuru is childish. In what way? Chizuru has childish tendencies. I'm curious what you're referring to. Chizuru absolutely has childish tendencies, but so does Kazuya. I'm just curious what you're referring to. In this particular case, I think that reasoning is kind of childish. And I'm not saying it's particularly childish to Kazuya. I'm saying this is a reasoning a lot of people use. It's a very common thing. People will literally tell you, hey, trying is what matters, you know? Trying is what matters. You just do that. I might be in love 400 chapters later. Okay. There's a problem with this line of thinking. Do you want to know what it is? The I might be in love, but it's been 400 chapters. Do you want to know what that... Are you actually interested to learn what that issue is? It completely disregards all of Chizuru's trauma and pain. She's not just confused on love 400 chapters in. She has been traumatized, gaslit into oblivion, turned into a fucking, like, monster by everyone around her, and she is riddled with guilt. And he has done nothing to help her with that, to ease that burden. You want to learn something interesting about life? You will never find love if you are trapped in guilt. And I don't mean that in the sense that, like, love will never come to you. I mean you'll never recognize it. You'll look it in the fucking mirror and you can't see it because all you feel and see is guilt. You want to find love? Remove that guilt, dude. Confront that guilt and remove it. What people don't seem to understand is that Hawaiians as an arc fucked Chizuru up. Okay? She was going through grief. She was going through trauma. And mommy gaslit her, abused her, her own, like, found family fucking turns on her. She is literally crucified. And everyone's pretending like nothing happened to this girl. No fucking shit. She's not gonna know if she's in love 400 chapters in. Are you fucking kidding? I would argue Chizuru kind of knew she had feelings for him really early on. You wanna know the reason she can't find her fucking feelings? She is traumatized as fuck. And she can't look past the guilt, the trauma, and the pain. AKA coping mechanisms. That's why. And people are like, oh, but it's stupid. No, if you read the fucking manga, it makes perfect sense. And it feels really valid and solid. No, it's earned. It is earned. If someone tells you, oh, how can someone be confused about their feelings 400 chapters in? Gee, I don't know. It's almost been like 2 fucking years in the story. And the characters have constantly changed their feelings and emotions. And it's almost like you can be at a part in your life where you're about to enter adulthood and be very fucking confused. It's almost like everything that's been shown to you is 100% valid, and it's not a waste of your fucking time. If you give it a shot and actually engage with it. And actually try to interact with what it says. Dude, I swear to God, I saw like a thing the other day. I'm not sure if this is like 100% correct, but there was like an analysis, like, or not analysis, there was like a survey done to check on people's like reading brain work, reading retention, and like the ability to like analyze and understand text, and it's like really fucking low. I think a lot of people just don't know how to engage with media these days, and so media needs to just spell everything the fuck out for you. And so when you get a story like this one, where it's written more like older literature, where the story just doesn't spell it out for you. It needs you to learn how to engage with something. And look past your personal desires and actually see what the text is trying to tell you. You don't get it. You know? I think a lot of that gets lost. Here's a great example. I would argue Dune is a great example of this. Where what Dune has to say will absolutely be lost in context, and people will literally worship the wrong person. Like, motherfucker, do you know how much I've heard Lisan al-Gaib? Lisan al-Gaib. He's literally supposed to be the bad guy. The movie's like outright saying, hey, yo, your main character's the villain. You're worshipping a horrible person. Lisan al-Gaib. By the way, if you want to learn how to say it correctly, it's Lisan al-Ghaib. That's how you're supposed... It's Arabic. That's how you say it. To be fair, it's really fun to say. It's such a good meme. To be fair, it's a really funny meme. But I do think the intent is absolutely lost in the text. And that is partially like somewhat on the writing, at least for the original Dune books. Like in the original Dune books, they don't really delve into this too much. There's a decent amount of justification in the actions, but I think it's there in the text if you really get into it, right? I think media literacy is absolutely lost, and so just what they'll do with this story, and the reason they won't understand like the characters or Kazi or anything, is because they'll look at the number. 400 chapters, how could it be this long? And yet, I would argue, if you genuinely give it a shot, it's kind of impressive. Now, not everyone will agree with this. I think this is a manga that's very anti social media. So, like, if you engage with this, like how you engage with social media, this manga is shit. I'm not kidding. If you engage with this manga like you engage on social media, or like you're trying to post something on social media, this manga is garbage. However, if you can look past social media and look at real human connections and real conflicts and real shit, this manga is kind of peak. This also reminds me of something. I saw this movie the other day. I think it was like the Mitchells versus robots. Yeah, the Mitchell versus the Machines or something like that. Yeah, I saw this movie the other day with my mom. It's actually really good. I remember when this movie came out, it got a lot of shit. I think it's really good. Now I get it. This guy is like just knockoff Elon. He's not even like really evil. And, you know, a lot of the movie is like very on your face, but I would argue it has a very solid emotional core. So yeah. Right? I think this is a great movie that kind of captures this really well. I think this is another one of those movies that may not immediately click with audiences because in some ways it's anti-social media, but kind of leverages it. This manga is the same. It's very like, it just does not work with modern internet takes. This is not designed to be like modern internet takes. It just doesn't hold. Anyways, we kind of got off track a little bit. Where were we? So I was talking about, this mentality that Kazuya is saying here that's a little bit childish, you know? Trying is what matters. I would say trying with purpose is what matters. Trying with real intent is what matters. You can try and not give a fucking shit, and nothing will happen. And then you'll tell yourself, well, I tried. It's fine. I tried. It's fine. I think a lot of people like to tell themselves, trying is what matters, just to get someone to do something. Which is fair. If this is like the lie you gotta tell yourself, then it's okay. At least you're doing the thing. But I'm just saying this can also become an excuse. And I think that's kind of what Reiji's leveraging. I think that's why Kazuya is kind of drawn a little bit childishly here. Because the reasoning is childish, right? It is a lie he's telling himself. However, it's a lie that's like starting to become reality. That's not good. Anyways, so let me read the other parts of the comments. What if Ruka's doctor is a quack? Kind of doubt it. I don't think so. I think that thing's real. It's just it doesn't really impair her. It's just the way her parents treated her. I think the way Ruka's parents treated her is a big aspect in all of this. The way Ruka's parents treated Ruka, they treated her like something was wrong with her. So naturally, what does Ruka do? Her immediate reaction is to just fucking chase this thing constantly out of an inferiority complex her parents conditioned her with. Oh look, you can see that with Kazuya. Kazuya was literally conditioned. He's just average looking. Nothing's interesting about him. So that's what he constantly chases, to look better. He looks up at Umi's character, right? Ruka's jealous of Chizuru, not simply because Chizuru is pretty, but because Chizuru is perfection. And Ruka desires that perfection because she thinks that's how she'll belong. Right? And Nagomi constantly worshipping Chizuru, she makes Ruka feel insecure. Okay? The same with Mommy. Mommy's conditioned by her environment. Her parents conditioned her to be like this. She's just a byproduct of this world. And it's sad as fuck. Okay. Ruka keeping her heart issue a secret is similar to the reason why young men hide their medical problems from the military before they sign up. They don't want the others to know because it's a weakness that would get them rejected. Man, Pulver, the way you make comparisons is wild. You could make it something a little bit more relatable than the fucking military. Bro, you would just get kicked out. Why do you want to be part of the military? What the fuck do you want to be part of the military? Sorry, if it's like any clear... Like, I respect veterans. I respect people who work there. I don't like the military. Fuck the military. I respect veterans, man. Like, I understand these people have been through hell. At the same time, if they've done bad things, I don't necessarily respect them. I think there's layers that people just don't want to talk about. I'm not going to get into the military right now. I understand this is a touchy subject, especially if you're fucking American. But I think the military is a poor comparison. I would say an easier comparison you could strike is Ruka hiding her heart issues is similar to how someone, like, feels insecure. Here, if we're talking about guys, some dude has a small penis. You know? They're insecure about their small penis, so they hide it. You know, they want to have big dick energy. You know when someone gets a big fucking truck, they're trying to make up for something. That, or they're actually like a worker and they need the truck, or maybe something a little bit more relatable. They are insecure about their height, right? Someone is insecure about their height. So they try to hide their height in pictures. They stand taller, you know. But that's like more in your face, you know. What's something that's like simpler? Oh, phobias, right? I think some people try to hide their phobias, for instance, because they feel really insecure about it. So they're afraid someone will judge them, right? So someone, doesn't. I wouldn't say this is a phobia, but let's say drinking. I don't like drinking. For instance, when I was younger, I tried to drink just to fit in. Right? I think that's Ruka more accurately. She hides the heart issue specifically to try and fit in. Less so than for people to perceive it as a weakness and tell her she can't do something. I think that's maybe kind of it. It's like she doesn't want to be told she can't do something. But I can see the parallel. Like, actually, now that I think about it, I can see the parallel with the military. It's just a little bit on the extreme end, so it just doesn't work very well. But, I don't know, I just don't like the military, so I guess that's my immediate gut reaction. It's like, oh, military sucks. Kazuya's too focused on saying he's already got this thing in the bag, but he's not realizing he's put it in front of the bag and dropped it in and confused why it's not in the bag. Weird phrasing, but I get it. A proactive partner who communicates clearly, Ruka, will always beat someone who takes months to investigate their feelings, Chizuru. Bullshit. Chizuru communicates way more clearly than Chizuru. Or, Chizuru communicates way more clearly than Ruka. I said Chizuru than Chizuru. Chizuru communicates more clearly than Chizuru. No, Chizuru communicates more clearly than Ruka at 100%. Easily. Here, you don't believe me that Ruka doesn't communicate her intent? Here's Ruka literally lying to Kazuya just to get into his house and then sneaks this up on him, knowing full well he doesn't want this. He then tells her, I don't want this. And she's like, nah, I'ma do it anyway. That's not communicating your feelings. That's not communication. Communication means both people are like talking to each other. She's talking at him, not to him. There's a difference. That's the misunderstanding people form when they hear Ruka's character. They see Ruka talking and they think that's communication. That's not communication. Ruka speaking is not communication. There's a difference between just talking and communicating. Ruka's just talking to him. She says what she wants. She doesn't listen to what he wants. That's not communication. Chizuru absolutely communicates with him. Right? There are the living together arc is filled to the brim with that shit. She's constantly doing it. Oh my god, it's just playing Bison's theme. It's playing Bison's theme, bro. Wait, is this fucking Bison's theme? It is. It's Brave or Grave. It's one of my favorite fucking songs from Street Fighter, dude. Oh, it's the Sega Genesis remix. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. This is one of my favorite fucking songs from fighting games, dude. Bow. I fucking love that theme, dude. So no, like here's a great example. I'll flow one up right now. Chizuru asks him, what's his plans for the future? Kazuya doesn't really have a plan. She communicates clearly what she wants. She notices something is wrong, and she clears up what she actually wanted. And she's very fucking clear with him, except for this part where she's just like, I mean, I would be your girlfriend, right? Very heavily giving him inclination she would be his girlfriend instead of just saying we would be dating or I want to date you. Right? Chizuru is a much better communicator than Ruka. And you have to recognize Ruka is a kid. She's not good at communicating. She fucking sucks at it, dude. She appears like she's good at communicating. She's not actually really talking to Kazuya. Here, you want proof that if she was a good communicator? Kazuya would have told her shit. He would have told her about Chizuru. He would have told her all these things. There's a reason he doesn't fucking tell her. Because she will not accept it. How can you communicate with someone if they don't accept what you have to say? That's not communication. How can you communicate with a person who refuses to listen to you? That is not communication. Therefore, Ruka cannot actually communicate to him. Chizuru, in contrast, is a much better communicator. However, Kazuya doesn't listen to her. You see the irony? You think Chizuru is a terrible communicator because Kazuya doesn't listen to her. Except she is communicating to him. He's just not listening. But there's a reason he doesn't listen. He's fucking traumatized. Anyways. Greetings. It's been a bit. I'm thrown off about the job hunting aspect because if he's trying to maintain his muscles and license, I doubt he'd want to maintain not having a solid career. Yeah, I would argue like all these things don't really click together very well. Right? If he gets a job, he's not necessarily going to have a lot of time to work out. You know? He can do these things because he has free time. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Kazuya can do all of these things because he has free time. Meaning none of these things will really last in the future. Right? A lot of people can't exercise because they don't have the time or get burned out from work, which requires a lot of effort. If anything, that's more of a skill you could really learn that will last you 10 years, time management. Managing your time very effectively will be a lot more useful for you down the line than your license, your job hunting, or your muscles. That's a lot more effective. Again, right lesson, wrong reason. Kind of see that trying in itself doesn't matter unless there's something behind it. Hate to say it, but you are correct. That's fucking right. Chizuru accepted a family ring while strictly maintaining a rental boundary, then hid blackmail from Kazuya. Isn't it her fault for zero communication? No. She told him about the ring. Chizuru accepted the family ring initially, and she didn't know what to do with that, and she couldn't bring it up for a very specific reason. Do you remember when she got the family ring? No, seriously. Remember very carefully when she got the family ring. Right before the movie arc starts. Right as her grandma's about to fucking die. What Nagomi did was horrible. What Nagomi did, without realizing it, was horrible. Because this girl is going through shit, and you just gave her a family ring. Now, I ask you, how the fuck could she tell him while he's making the movie that she has the family ring? How would he react? What would that do? And Minnie tells her, oh, Kazuya has feelings for you. That would send all the wrong signals if she's not sure about her feelings. That would send horrible signals to him if she has all the wrong feelings. So she keeps it a secret. Right? What blackmail did she hide from Kazuya? What blackmail? I don't know what you're referring to. As for the ring, she ultimately tells him in Hawaiians. She tells him, and she's like, I want to give it back. I can't hold on to this. Kazuya's like, hold on to it just a little longer. Forgets. Mommy one, like when she's getting blackmailed in Hawaiians. There's a reason. A few of them, actually. One, she's suffering through grief, and she's really, really afraid to lose her new family. Two, Kazuya is not making a safe space for her, like at all. He's constantly trying to confess to him. She tries to tell him. Here, I'll pull up the chapter. She tries to tell him. Now, she didn't do it. I'll give you credit where it's due. She did not do it. 100%. I'll give you credit where it's due. She did not do it. However, there's a reason she did it, and she tells you later. Right? Hawaiians is about poor communication. That's a huge factor in it. But it's also about Kazuya not creating a safe space for her and not recognizing, dude, she's still suffering from her grandmother's loss. Right? I think that's the problem that people are not seeing. Okay, she's not communicating to him. She's going through fucking grief. She's going through goddamn grief. Of course she's not acting normal. However, that can only be an excuse for so long. Which is exactly why after Hawaiians and after the 3-month time skip, she's like actively communicating to him. So it's not only Chizuru's fault, it's Kazuya's too. Yes, in the problem with Hawaiians is that Kazuya is actively trying to confess to her, and it freaks her the fuck out. She wants to talk. Look at her right here. He's trying to confess. She tells him, hey, something's wrong with mommy. Something is wrong. And he tells her how he felt. She's like, that's some bullshit. Right? Because mommy sold him on some bullshit. And Chizuru sees that shit. And she's like, things changed. Look at what happens. She's about to tell him. She seems ready to tell him. She just needs a safe space to do it. All she wanted was for Kazuya to just communicate to her, please talk to me. It's okay. I don't mind. I want to hear it. A lot of the times, what a lot of people are afraid to do is afraid to tell you something because they're afraid it'll hurt you. And for Chizuru's case, her mistake here is that instead of asking, are you okay to hear this? Maybe it'll impact you in some way. Kazuya, in contrast, never considers what she might be thinking and something is wrong, right? He never creates a safe space for her comfortably to communicate to him, right? And this becomes an insecurity of Chizuru that she has to start breaking, where she has to start being okay just communicating to him. And that's kind of what the entire living together arc is about. It's about getting comfortable communicating. And so the problem is like there is an insane weight on Chizuru here that Kazuya is just not helping her with at all. And his reasoning, right? His reasoning is right here. I'm going to do it. Being there for her is part of the goal. He's making a very crucial mistake. Being there for her is a good thing. He's right. However, he's putting the cart before the horse. You know what I mean? He thinks he can only be there for her if he confesses. A very common misinterpretation that happens, especially in romance anime, especially in Japan, especially in a lot of younger people, where they think the only way they can be there for this person if they're dating them. And guess what? There is both a contradiction and an affirmation of this in the cheer update. What do I mean? The cheer update absolutely contradicts this. He was there for her without dating her, right? However, an affirmation of this occurs in that he doesn't hug her. He thinks he couldn't hug her because they weren't actually dating, and it would be wrong, right? He doesn't even really think about it, but that's a part of it. But in reality, this is all rooted in Kazuya's fear. In reality, this is all rooted in Kazuya's fear. What do I mean? It's rooted in that insecurity that Chizuru is not going to be Chizuru anymore, that he might get rejected, that she might break if he does something wrong. Right? Because that's something he says after the cheer update, that she's like, it feels like she would have broken. His perception of who Chizuru is shattering, and he can't deal with it. Right? She's like, it's like she'll break in his arms. Whereas Chizuru or Mizuhara has always been strong. This is a contradiction you still see even now, where his mind will always perceive her as Mizuhara, as tough, as cunning, as ruthless. And then he'll think of the real Chizuru, and she's a lot more fragile. It's almost like cognitive dissonance, where he's like, his perception of Chizuru isn't quite right. And so Kazuya, what happens is she's about to tell him about mommy, and Nagomi shows up. What does Kazuya do? He lets Nagomi control the scene. And this was always going to happen for a very simple reason. Nagomi started this whole arc by telling Kazuya to just shut up and follow her rules. And he does. Then, when Nagomi shows up again, he knows it's a bad time. Instead of telling Nagomi, hey, I need a minute, fuck off for a sec. Instead of telling Nagomi, I need a minute, fuck off for a sec, he lets Nagomi take charge. And what does Nagomi do? She pushes Chizuru away when she clearly needs help. And he knows she needs help. Look at this. He can tell. He can tell something is wrong. What happens? Because Kazuya doesn't take active charge of the situation and let Nagomi control it, it fucks everything up, including himself. Is this starting to sound familiar? I hope this is starting to sound familiar. It's what happened with Ruka on a smaller, more condensed, and less painful scale. Nagomi, without realizing it, emotionally destroys Kazuya. Ruka, now in the manga, without realizing it, physically destroys Kazuya. Okay? And here's Chizuru literally telling you why she doesn't tell him. Tell me, do you still have feelings for mommy-san? Not, oh, ooh, are you still in love with her? I'm so fucking stupid. No. Do you still care about her enough that if I tell you something, it would hurt you? Because I don't want to hurt you. She's afraid to hurt him. And being so terrified of hurting him, she hurts him more. The Hawaiians is the arc you can't understand. Man, I really got to make a... Yeah, I've written stuff about Hawaiians. Hawaiians is a very, very complicated arc. Hawaiians is a very, very complicated arc. It is an arc about grief, depression, and abuse. If you ever get a chance to reread Hawaiians, here's the best way I'm going to describe it to you. Look at Mami as an abuser and look at Chizuru as a victim, and then try to see what the arc looks like now. Right? If you look at it that way, your entire perception of this arc is going to like flip on its head. What do abusers like to do to their victims? What do abusers like to do to their victims? They like to destroy their image. If a victim no longer looks like a perfect victim anymore, what tends to happen? What tends to happen? You don't believe them anymore. What does Mommy do? Mommy takes Chizuru's smile and then cries. And she's like, oh, her smile is horrible. Suddenly, Chizuru is not a victim anymore. She's the abuser. She's the perpetrator. And how does Nagomi and everyone else start acting? Switch instantly flipped. Suddenly, they look at this girl crying and feel no fucking remorse. Right? Chizuru starts tearing up, dude. In public, in front of them, and they feel no remorse. They completely forgot that her grandma just fucking died. And she's in a horrible place. Right? Why did Nagomi start this arc? She started this arc to help Chizuru through her grief. And in the end of it, how does she treat Chizuru? Like garbage. She fucking crucifies her in public. How does Kibe treat Kazuya? He punches the shit out of him. Kazuya's father flipped like crazy. Kazuya's dad just froze. So each of the characters kind of embody a different aspect of grief. Kazuya's parents are more in shock and disbelief. Nagomi is depression. Kibe is anger. What was the... Okay, so we have... shock and denial. So Kazuya's dad is shock. Kazuya's mom is more shock and denial. And they freeze up, right? So when you're in shock, you freeze. So they literally freeze up. Kazuya's mom and dad just don't do anything. They just fucking freeze in place. Chizuru and Ruka are pain and guilt, right? Chizuru and Ruka are absolutely going through pain and guilt. And then what is it? There's one more. What's the one where it's like bargaining, right? Bargaining definitely kind of fits into Ruka too, right? You literally hear Ruka start bargaining, right? Ruka just starts bargaining like, oh no, this is meant to be. This is what's gonna happen. This is okay. She's not okay with it, right? What about Curry? Curry's kind of a hard one. Yeah, I'm not sure what Curry is. Curry's kind of like, Curry's a hard one. I'm not sure what Curry is. I know Kazuya is acceptance, and then ultimately death. Right, Kazuya is acceptance and death because he literally says, "I want to die." Whereas Chizuru is pain and guilt. Chizuru like almost reaches a point of hopelessness. So like Chizuru, like the whole point of Hawaiians, in my opinion, if I had to sum it up in an arc, even if everything is hopeless, kindness is not hopeless. Right? It may feel like kindness is hopeless. Kindness is not hopeless. And that's kind of a big thing in the arc where they kind of, the characters stop believing, the characters stop trusting each other. Kazuya's image is ruined. Chizuru's image is ruined. Here, you want another layer to chapter 218? A huge portion of chapter 218 is literally intentionally ruining Chizuru's image, and then it's literally preceded by Mommy ruining her image to Nagomi. She's no longer Nagomi's princess. It's almost like a huge part of that is very intentional about ruining Chizuru's image. To wake you the fuck up. Because you're so busy looking at the beautiful, perfect girl, you're not seeing this person who's really suffering. And that's a huge portion of this. Right? The ruining Chizuru's image, and it's stopping you from seeing her for her. You're either trapped in her perfection or you're trapped in her imperfection. You can't see the person in between. And that's like what makes chapter 218 like a really good chapter, in my opinion, upon reread. Here, if you want, I wrote a very deep analysis on Reddit at some point. A lot of people disagreed with it, but I think there's a layer to it that's absolutely real. And it's here, let me see if I can pull it up. Abuse. There you go. Give this a read if you get a chance. I hope it'll change some of your perspective on Hawaiians. I definitely got to make like I always say this. I got to make a video and then I don't do it. I definitely got to do that at some point. Anyways, we kind of got off a little bit off track. Let's get back to where we were. Chizuru and Kazuya's relationship as one giant scale where the weight is constantly shifting because neither work together, keyword together, to solve the problems. They always do it by themselves. They try to do together, but it's how in Hawaiians that breaks. And how everything since Hawaiians has been broken. I also got to go to Twitch chat for a sec. I noticed there's a lot in Twitch chat. Sorry I haven't been reading. I've just been a little distracted. To understand with a girlfriend, one must first understand the phrase, see the forest for the trees. As long as you try your best to is how you deal with forcing yourself to accept failure. Well, no, Rent-A-Girlfriend also just has a lot of like very complicated themes that I think will just completely fly over people's heads. And it's stuff that Reiji kind of puts in his writing to like communicate to some of the younger audiences, because I do definitely think that a lot of younger audiences won't understand what the story's trying to say. Like a huge portion of it is literally trying to say, like it's literally like, I would argue Rent-A-Girlfriend's kind of feminist, like really feminist, in the sense that like it's very advocating for men to be better, but it's also advocating for women to be better. It's like, for those who don't understand, modern feminism, I would argue, isn't really feminism. I know that sounds weird. I would say a huge portion of very popular modern feminism isn't really feminism, because feminism is just about equality and understanding each other. But a lot of like modern, like pop, like very big feminists, not like normal feminists, like try to put down men when that's not the fucking point. It's literally just trying to make people equal and accept each other. And I think that's where like a lot of politicians and like horrible people leverage that and push it to the extremes by, you know, just denying it outright. So you know, when I say something is feminist, I literally mean it's literally challenging men to be better. Where, you know, Kazuya, even when put in a terrible place, tries to be better for Chizuru. And at the same time, it's showing how women can also do bad things, and they should also try to be better too. This is a story that just shows people as they are, you know, and it doesn't discriminate between who is, you know, that men are better or girls are better. It's just like everybody fucks up. We should all just try to be better. And it's just showing the messiness of human beings and how we could all improve. That's why I like it. I think too many people or too many stories nowadays kind of, you know, just are very like either nitpicky in how they approach this or are afraid to show characters in a bad light. If anything, Ruka acts out in a rebellion more than she does communicate. Yes, Ruka is far more rebellious than she is actually communicating. Wasn't it at Kazuya's birthday in front of Ruka? What? I'd argue the ring being shown in this arc is meant to symbolize burdens and how much the burden that ring really is. Yeah, no, Chizuru's literally been carrying this insane fucking burden. And Kazuya just forgot. Right? Remember, Kazuya told Chizuru to hold on to the ring at Hawaiians. It's been like 6 months, maybe 7 months. And then she like gives it back to him. Excuse me? And then he just, when he sees it, he's just like, oh yeah, the ring. What do you mean, oh yeah, the ring? You told her to hold on to that. And so what Reiji is actively leveraging is what you're forgetting. You're forgetting things. You don't remember. Right? That's something I said when we kind of got into this current arc. So much of it is about forgetting. There's just things you're forgetting. And I think what Reiji's doing is pretty much like, if you can remember, if you can read back and remember what Reiji has shown you, what he's told you, you can figure out what's going to happen to some degree, right? But if you don't remember, this is all going to just feel very unpredictable and weird. Kazuya's 100% going to run into a ticket scalper when he realizes that minute I need to go to this play. Chizuru could also just give him one. Okay. All done with YouTube chat. Let's read Twitch chat and then maybe switch to Reddit. Yeah, maybe. Shit, did I never read 430's analysis? Shit, I don't think I ever read 430's analysis. That's not good. I guess we could like speed run that. Okay, here, I'm gonna ask you guys. I'm gonna do a quick poll for those who are here. Engage with audience. Start a poll. Read 431 or 430 analysis from Reddit. I'm kind of leaning to 431 because last time I did 429 instead of 430 and we never got there. So I'm thinking of just starting 431 and then switching back to 430. Yeah, most people seem to want 431, which makes sense. We should just read that first. YouTube mods can't do it? Huh. I mean, if we get more people on Twitch side, I could make some people mods. Whew, there's a lot on Twitch, Jesus. I like that image that you used when Kazuya looking down in shadows. I was noticing some stuff on it today too. You know, I think that's interesting. Okay, looking down at shadows. Huh, this image right here contrasts this one. How interesting. And she starts focusing on her play. Those two images are connected. She knows why she's doing her play. Kazuya completely forgot that he wanted to see the play at all. There's a connection there. Kazuya doesn't know about Ruka's family too, right? Nope, he has no clue. The closest he ever got to knowing was like near the beginning at the school. Yeah, kinda. And Ruka's family also doesn't know about Kazuya. Nope. Ruka hides that from them too. Right? Kazuya is this like big secret. Okay, she even says it's under control and like once a month visit, not a huge burden. Reference to Fish-kun. Before the date or not derailer myself. I'm a before dater and not a derailer myself. Okay. Interesting phrasing. I think Mother's Farm will probably be really important for their relationship. Dude, if Mother's Farm is what I think it is, I think it's going to be connected to Animal Farm, bro. I think it's going to be connected to Animal Farm, bro. Like, genuinely. That's my immediate bet. If I'm wrong, fucking whatever, but dude, I kind of sense a connection to Animal Farm. And the Cracked Foundation way we've been discussing. Oh yeah, we never talked about where we are in the current hero's journey step. Okay, so before we get to Reddit, we're going to talk about our current hero's journey step and like where we are right now in the hero's journey. Cuz I've kind of lost where we are, to be honest. If I'm honest, I kind of lost where we are in the hero's journey. Right? It feels like we're not even on it anymore. It's really strange. Okay. It's purpose and trying, true, but I think it's figured out your purpose from the start and then figuring out how to try by racking your brain. I echo the I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I said, trying with purpose. I echo the sentiment about media literacy, and I feel lately it's like people want life to be spelled out too. Speaking of which, just gonna casually read what Mommy wrote, you know, with these words in mind. I echo the sentiment about media literacy. I feel like a lot of people want life to be spelled out too. Mommy asks him about job applications, and Kazuya is like, "Yep, they can be tedious, huh? What kind of person are you? What are your strengths? I feel like they should be the one telling me the answers to that." Hey, it's almost like the manga is literally saying, stop letting people tell you what your life is and figure it out for yourself. Actually explore your life, dude. Stop letting other people tell you what your life is. Right? But that's not what they want. That's not what capitalism wants. That's not what conglomerates want. That's not what YouTubers want. They want you to listen to them. Right? They know better. Yeah, Sony knows better. They're gonna take your fucking Sony's gonna take your fucking physical media and tell you you're gonna not own games and you're gonna like it. That's what they're gonna do. People want to tell you how to live your life. So it's their childhood traumas causing communication issues. Chizuru is not feeling safe or trust. Kazuya not being able to speak up due to fear of retribution. But that wasn't the issue before. That's what I mean. It's not childhood traumas. It's the traumas Hawaiians caused which escalated their childhood traumas. Their childhood traumas weren't this bad. They were talking, they would share things, Chizuru would trust him with things. It wasn't really like this. Like, go back to the early parts of the series. Chizuru would tell Kazuya, Chizuru trusted him. Chizuru told him things. Chizuru, I would argue, trusts him a lot. The reason Kazuya doesn't trust her is not because of his childhood trauma of fear of retribution. It's what happened in Hawaiians, where he was actively rejected and no one listened to him and everyone made him out to be the villain. Right? And everybody betrayed him. That's why he has a fear of retribution and people turning on him and not liking him. Why do you think he was so afraid to tell Minnie, right, about what happened? He's like, she's going to fucking hate me. That's what he's afraid of. He's afraid of being hated because his family hates him. Kibe hated him. He thought Chizuru hated him. He was so convinced Chizuru hated him. It was all then. Whereas with Chizuru, her insecurities, right? Her insecurities, I would argue, show themselves more with like characters like Minnie, where she can't really be honest and trust. And she has insecurities around Kazuya. With Kazuya, she's facing these insecurities and opening up to him and remembering that she trusted him. With Minnie, she doesn't, right? And Minnie actively fuels her insecurity around trust. And that happened again because of Hawaiians, because mommy gaslit her. And again, what do abusers do? Abusers, what they like to do, and this is how they like get under your skin, is they do things that like you attribute to safety in malicious ways. So your mind starts misattributing these things incorrectly and doesn't know how to process them. A great example is like when we were playing Resident Evil 9, the villain tries to do this to no avail because Leon's way past this point. And the guy like starts touching his hair and touching his skin really softly and all these things. That's what abusers do. They try to like do these things to give you a false sense of security, and it freaks you out and it messes with you, and your mind starts distrusting things it should trust. But Leon just doesn't give a fuck. He's like, oh, fuck off. Leon's just like, oh, fuck off. Basic bitch. Been through this a billion times, basic bitch. Whereas Chizuru was trying to see the best in mommy, and she kept, and her insecurity around being a good person was rooted in her lie to Sayuri. She felt like she was a bad person. And so what did mommy do? She actively leveraged this, you're a bad person, actively, constantly on top of Chizuru's head until Chizuru literally started believing it. So Chizuru's insecurity around trust and safety directly stems from the fact that her safety was abused when she was trying to open up. When she was trying to be vulnerable, it was abused. It's not because of Kazuya. It's not because of her childhood. It's because of mommy. In that same way, Kazuya's insecurity around people hating him and not liking him is not because of necessarily his childhood. Ironically, it's because of the current, which his family did do, right? The same people who you would argue created the pain in his childhood created it now. And ironically, it's also because of mommy. And partially because of Ruka. Because Ruka kept doing these intimacy things with him when he didn't want to. So naturally, Kazuya has this like insecurity around intimacy now, right? A huge portion, a part of it is also because of mommy, because she like put him down for feeling physical attraction to her. A part of it is society and how a lot of like modern society will make you feel like shit for desiring sex. You know, the normal thing everyone fucking experiences, or a lot of people experience, I would argue. Where were we? I would say the childhood traumas are merely a part of it, and the incidences they experienced just dialed them up to 11. Must be hard to go back and forth trying to write up a storm, but you're making a lot of great points, Shrug. Coco Jojo is cooking in Twitch side. You have been too light. Believe in yourself. I think you make good points. Okay. We are on the second threshold. The last I checked, we were on the second threshold. The last I checked. I don't know if we're still there now. You missed it, Bacon. He read your comment earlier. Yeah, I read your comment on YouTube. Sony's panicking over the backlash. Yeah, I think they're trying to force it. So from what I've got, Sony's trying to force it. So for example, IGN had this analyst say that, oh no, you unsubscribing from Sony won't make a difference. What people found out later is that analyst that made that analysis on IGN has a direct connection and investment in Sony. Of course he's gonna fucking say that, idiot. Why do you think? And heck, do you know that Sony apparently started not counting? What is it? started not counting PS Plus subscribers after 2022 because it kept fucking dropping. So yes, it does have an impact. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yes, it 100% has an impact. Don't listen to that stupid dipshit who wants to make you feel like you're powerless. No, it will have an impact. They always do this. They always say this. They always want you to feel like you're powerless. You are not powerless. You can scare the ever-living fuck out of these companies. Make them fucking terrified, dude. I'm trying my best not to buy media from Sony. Heck, I'm trying to invest in my Switch too and buy stuff from there. I think one of the only things, like, I'll buy a few things, but I'll try to buy them physically instead of digitally. If I buy digitally, I'm going to try to buy it on Steam. Because I have a good PC. I should try and invest in it. Anyways. Kazuya's childhood trauma all begins when Kibei knocks over the flower pot. I think that's more of a symbolism or a metaphor for their relationship, rather than that's when his trauma began. His trauma didn't begin then. I would argue it wasn't where it began. I think that's just more of a symbolism of their relationship. Kibei knocks the pot over, but it kind of helps him in some ways. You know, it gives him something better than he would have gotten before. I think that's kind of Kibei in a nutshell. Right? Kibei screws him over, but Kazuya, in his hardworkingness, not only makes it better, he goes above and beyond. But it reflects how Kibei kind of screws his friend over. But Kazuya, through sheer willpower, fixes it and doesn't view it as something messy or he fucked him over, you know? Kazuya, rather than thinking of someone screwing him over, focuses on his goal. Right? But it shows how Kibei kind of screws Kazuya over in secret and tries to hide it. And it kind of reflects a lot of their relationship, where Kibei just kind of fucks Kazuya over, you know? Sometimes intentionally, sometimes because he doesn't realize it. Hawaiians reflects that. And this is something Kibei has to come to terms with. That he has actively been fucking his friend over and he wouldn't tell him what he's been doing. I think that's a big thing for Kibei to confront. That he's been actually a thorn on Kazuya's side. He's been making his life worse. But in some ways, Kazuya will look at it differently. He'll probably say, well, because of that, I met Chizuru. Right? You may have made my life worse, but at least because of that, I met Chizuru. Right? He'll try to spin it on a bright side. I think that's kind of the dynamic of their relationship. But a big step in changing it in a better direction is admitting when you fucked up. And stop hiding that you fucked up. You know that the people Kazuya had an easier time interacting with after Hawaiians were the people that didn't speak in that conversation in Hawaiians? His mom, dad, Curry, and Minnie. Kazuya could still talk to Nagomi. I would argue their dynamic didn't change a whole lot. Because to Kazuya, what Nagomi did was kind of normal. With Kibei, Kibei was like a big falling out. With Mami, well, Mami's relationship with Kazuya was always kind of the same. So it just kind of nothing happened. You know, it only changed because Mami took action, but in all the wrong ways. So I don't know if that really holds up. Like Kibei is the big one, but Kazuya never really talked to Nagomi. So I don't think that really holds up. Kibei is like the big one. Kazuya never really talked to Nagomi. Nagomi never really talked to him. Like, they're kind of a messy family dynamic that could use some repairing. I didn't put you on blast. I was just reading what you wrote. Bacon, I was just reading what you wrote. I didn't put you on blast. I just looked at 430 and 431. You think it's I think it's interesting that Kazuya is doing running on a treadmill and it is good, but he's staying in the same place. Couldn't answer the strong questions, no job, etc. Ooh, that's a nice analysis, right? He's running on a treadmill instead of just jogging outside, right? We saw Chizuru jogging outside in a different time, so Kazuya just running on a treadmill, I think, is surprisingly fitting, right? He's not actually going anywhere. He's staying in place, right? I used to run outside. I liked it a lot more than running on a treadmill. Yeah. There's a treadmill where I live, and I don't like using it, to be honest. Yeah. I've always liked actually like running outside. So yeah, I could see that. He's literally running in place. He's not actually going anywhere. That's a good analysis. Like all that effort to still be in the same spot. Isn't that literally his entire conflict? Kazuya puts all of this effort and he's literally still in the same spot. Except now even the very effort he puts in is a reflection of how he's in the same spot. Damn. Me, the dumbass that bought the 100 edition of the new SAO game. I mean, if at least it has a physical copy. But hey, if you like it, you'll like it. I'm probably going to buy the collector's edition for Final Fantasy Retribution. Final Fantasy VII Retribution. I bought the deluxe edition for Remake. I did not buy... I bought a digital edition for Rebirth. But I'm going to try to get a physical edition at some point. And then I'm going to buy the collector's edition for Retribution. It'll probably be my only collector's edition. Well, I have other ones, just not for that game. I have the Final Fantasy 15 collector's edition. Because I fucking loved 15. Well, before it came out. When it came out, I was incredibly disappointed. I was like, man. And now to this day, I still want Final Fantasy Versus 13. To this day, I still desire it. Their relationship of bend but don't break, but I also feel bad for you, so here's some sympathy points. Wait, who's this for? Who are we referring to? Kibe? Oh, you're talking about Kibe. Oh, I guess, yeah. Kibe definitely hasn't been working with Kazuya. He's been retroactively avoiding it altogether, but saying I'm staying out of it if you guys are in a relationship. Isn't Kibe kind of a reflection of Chizuru? Where he's avoiding the issue? But it's also a reflection of Kazuya and how Kazuya is avoiding an issue. How fascinating. People say Umi is Mommy 2.0 when actually Minnie is Mommy 2.0, but inversed. I mean, yeah. I really hope Umi is not some piece of shit, dude. That'd be so boring. Is he a schemer? Absolutely. Does he take opportunities? 100%. I'm not denying that shit. But if he is Mommy 2.0, fuck off. I would be so disappointed. Yes, Umi has done things that are shitty. It's clear, like I talked about this in Volume 45. Like, it's clear he was bothering Chizuru in his pushiness to confess to her. It's clearly fucking bothering her. Fuck off. However, I've always said Umi's like a character that's like not totally aware of what he's doing. And it's supposed to somewhat mirror Ruka. But in some aspect, he is aware of what he's doing. We just don't really fully understand him. I say Minnie is Mommy 2.0. I don't even think that's really correct. I think Minnie is like the part of Mommy that Mommy is it's like Mommy inversed. She's like positive Mommy. She's like positive Mommy where she ships them instead of trying to break them up. But she's like Mommy in that I made a comparison between them in the past. She is the part of Mommy that doesn't want to believe, but dreams because of Kazuya. She's the part of Mommy that doesn't want to believe. Like, she's kind of a pessimist. Minnie's a bit of a pessimist, but she believes because of Kazuya, right? He showed her a dream. And it's supposed to kind of mirror Kibe, right? Minnie and Kibe have a very interconnected relationship, like without even literally directly being known to each other. And it's the fact that, like Kibe, Minnie is actually kind of a pessimist. But she believes because Kazuya showed her a dream, much like Kazuya showed Kibe a dream. I only buy gacha stuff. I'm screwed, but don't be like me, value to save money. Dude, I learned the hard way not to spend on gachas, and I never have since. Especially because they cancel that shit. So yeah, don't spend on gachas ever. It's not worth it, dude. You're just buying PNGs. I did it for I did it for like Kingdom Hearts. I did it for Fate. Don't do it. When Final Fantasy VII got a game called Ever Crisis and it was a fucking gacha game, I literally just said fuck off. I just said nope, I'm not wasting a dime on this game. And guess what? They just canceled it recently. Every time. Your money's getting wasted, dude. When they close that game eventually, your money got fucking wasted. Don't do it. Just play the game if you really care and like use the points the game gives you. I know that's a pain in the ass because they make it that way on purpose, but I'd rather do that than anything else. I'm trying to play less like games that like need me to grind a bunch. I fucking hate grinding. I despise grinding. Let's see. For me, I usually buy the games I most frequent in the digital than other certain games I'll buy physical. I digital can sometimes be useful. It's just I'm trying to invest in digital on like Steam instead of other shit. If Umi turned out to be a bad guy, Fate, you'd have to drop him as your client. He's not my... Fuck off! Like, Umi does bad things. I'm just saying, I don't think he's literally the fucking villain. Umi does bad things. I literally just don't think he's the villain. That's it. Everyone's like, he's the fucking villain. I don't think so. He does bad things. He's not necessarily the villain. Like, considering how Reiji handled Mami's character, considering how Reiji handled Mami, who was straight up a fucking villain in Hawaiians, and he still treats her with a modicum of respect, and she's not a bad person, but she did something bad and she could be better. Like, he's either going to do the inverse with Umi, where he's not actually bad, or he's someone who's not bad and does bad things. I don't know. I just don't think it'd be smart to just rehash that. That's not Reiji's style. He doesn't just like doing the same thing where, some dude is a villain. He could reflect Kazuya's, like, the aspect of Kazuya that suck. Absolutely. But I would argue, like, Ruka is, like, right now a good example of she's a villain, but she's also a kid. Again, you're seeing it right now where there's these truths in life where people do bad things that are not necessarily bad people. I think that absolutely has to apply to Umi too. Right? Like I think it would be dumb if Umi's just a shitty person and there's nothing to that. And this character I spent no fucking time on is suddenly this big bad. That'd be really fucking stupid. He invested a lot into Mami's character, into building up the actions she ultimately took. He invested a lot in Ruka and the actions she ultimately took. The actions Umi is taking are somewhat consistent with the images that we've got, but he doesn't have a crazy amount of buildup. A lot of it is literally in Kazuya's head. And so naturally, the expectations you have of Umi align with Kazuya's expectations. They're not accurate to reality. That's why I'm just hesitant to just immediately label him as Umi's a bad guy. Right? I don't think he's a bad guy or a good guy. He's just a guy. Umi is a character surrounded in fakeness. True, I can agree to that statement. He's literally an actor. He's in a world of fiction. Final Fantasy Versus 13 is gonna relive through the new KH saga. I fucking hope so. No, you know what I want? So here's what I want, and this dream could possibly become a reality. So for those who don't know, again, we're getting a little off track here. Final Fantasy Resonant, from what I understand, is apparently a port of a mobile game they made. It's a mobile game or Resonance. Final Fantasy Resonance is it's like a version of there it is, Brave Exvius. It reimagines the narrative of Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. For those who don't know, this was a mobile gacha game. And they ended it and then just redid it into a game. My hopes, Square Enix, for the love of God, do this. My hopes is they do this for Kingdom Hearts Union Cross. That has one of the best Kingdom Hearts narratives. And I hope to God it stops being like stuck in like oblivion in a fucking YouTube video and actually gets made into a game. If they're gonna do like, this is why I'm investing in this game. If this game is a success, it's a signal to Square Enix that they can port their fucking mobile games into like actual games. And I would love that so fucking much. I would love that so goddamn much. I need that. A lot of Kingdom Hearts games are just stuck into fucking oblivion and they don't get the love they deserve. So if Resonance is a success, which I'm going to invest in this game a whole bunch, by the way, I already pre-ordered my Switch 2 version. I'm probably going to try and buy it on Steam. I don't know if I'll buy it for PS4. Maybe just twice is enough. Maybe just twice is enough. You know, I just really want to invest in this game because I hope if it's successful, we'll get more. Let's see. The person that I objectively think has the most insight but doesn't even say anything is Sumi. If Sumi knew of everything that has happened, starts to finish, the first thing she'd say would be, don't listen to Minnie. I disagree. I 100% disagree. You're ignoring something very, very fucking important. There is no objectivity in life. There is some stuff that's objective, but that's not one of them. And I would argue that even if Sumi knew all this, you could apply that to any character. And even then, they might give you different advice. I just disagree. Not to mention, you're ignoring Sumi's bias. Sumi has a lot of bias. She could be very overwhelmed by the information. You don't know how she's going to react, and I think it's telling that she doesn't ask or look for clarity. She doesn't want clarity. Sumi did not want clarity. She doesn't ask about any of that stuff. She intentionally avoids it to give Kazuya the false narrative that is more comfortable to her. And this is something she has to confront about herself. You're ignoring the fact that Sumi is a flawed character too. She's not objective. Sumi is a very flawed character. Would you flip your chair and do a backflip with the people that made Alita Battle Angel said they'd make a Final Fantasy VII movie? No. No. I would do that if... I would do that... I don't know what I would do that for. But not for that. I liked Alita Battle Angel. I'm not that interested. I feel like the guy taped to a chair for a ransom, but just got the PlayStation hype train for Sony to be greedy assholes. They're making one of my favorite movies ever, V for Vendetta, into a TV show. Please don't blow this guy. Umi can't tell apart his job from his life. Unlike Chizuru, his entire persona is just being a facade. He is the antithesis of Kazuya. If Kazuya is genuine, he is false. I disagree, mostly because we don't have enough information to back this statement up. Your statement seems logical, but I don't think it is, because it doesn't have anything to actually back it up. I don't think Umi is unable to tell apart his job from his life. Mostly because he loves acting. So to him, it's the thing he cares about. It's a driving element of his life, clearly, and he wants someone who he can share that with. I think he genuinely loves acting, and he wants someone to appreciate it like he does. That's different from being unable to tell apart your job from your life. That also wouldn't really line up for Kazuya's character, because he's lost himself in love, and so doing what you're kind of describing is ironically Kazuya. He can't tell apart his life from his love. He's kind of lost that. It's his entire persona just being a facade. Isn't that literally what you're describing? It's Kazuya. I'm literally doing to you what Umi did to Ruka 2 seconds ago, or like a few chapters ago, where he was like, hey, the person you're describing, isn't that literally just Kazuya, from my perspective? He's not the antithesis of Kazuya. He is, I would argue, Kazuya from a different lens. Or maybe Kazuya with slightly different problems. I think that fits a little more. Mostly because Reiji has always written characters to be similar had they just had their own the similar circumstances. So it just doesn't feel right. I think Umi is more similar to Kazuya than you might realize. I've reread your Reddit post. It seems logical. Just a few questions, though. Why did Mommy choose to secretly terrorize Chizuru instead of just exposing the lie to Kazuya's family immediately? She enjoys it. When you're an abuser, you enjoy terrorizing your victim. It feels good. It also acts as validation. Here. Here's Mommy after terrorizing Chizuru. Here's Mommy after terrorizing Chizuru. She enjoys it. When you want to paint someone as a villain and you want to validate your own pain, you can take pleasure in these things. You can take pleasure in being right that the other person is wrong and they're feeling bad. It makes you feel good. But that you're not necessarily a bad person for this, right? You would immediately attribute this to someone being a bad person. I think a lot of people just don't realize what that means. And then when they really see how much pain they've actually inflicted on someone, they fucking hate themselves. And that's 100% what's going on with Mommy right now. She fucking hates herself. She actively tries not to think of Chizuru because she fucking hates what she did to her. She's terrified Chizuru will never forgive her because she actually deep down desires forgiveness. She knows she did something horrible. No, Mommy was enjoying it just as anyone in a position of power who's been stripped of power would enjoy that power. Mommy, look, you have to look at it like this. Mommy is a victim. For much of her life, her family has robbed her of power. So naturally, when she inflicts that power onto Chizuru, she feels strong and powerful, so it's fun. She loves being in control. However, this is also a lie she's living because she has a lot more control than she realizes. I mentioned this in the post. Mommy's family's rich. She gets to just come in Hawaiian. She gets to just sit in her fucking room texting away. She gets to just do all this bullshit and nothing happens to her. She doesn't see the power she already has. So she's literally tricking herself into saying she's powerless to validate her insecurity. And this is where I'm going to introduce you to the basis of Mommy's character. This is what Reiji describes as the basis for Mommy's character. Mommy, the part of me that blames myself for envy towards others on past traumas. I blame my feelings, my insecurities, on my past traumas. Mommy uses her trauma with her family as a justification for feeling the way that she does. She's using trauma as an excuse. The trauma Mommy feels is an excuse. She's using it as an excuse. Because you even see it in her backstory. She can leave. She's just too scared to. She knows an option she could do is leave. She's just too scared to. And she envies Chizuru because Chizuru is very independent. Because Chizuru has nobody and she's still fine. So Mommy envies her, not seeing the pain and struggle that she goes through, right? She thinks Chizuru has everything she wants, whether that's represented physically or in other things. In reality, Mommy can do that too, but she's just taking out her own insecurities on Chizuru. It's a little different from Ruka, where Ruka merely envies Chizuru for the seeming perfection that she has because she views herself as imperfect, but she's not imperfect, right? There's nothing wrong with her. Mommy can do the things she wants to do, right? But she's conditioned herself so she can't, not necessarily because of her family. She knows what she can do, right? And you actively see her privilege and what she can do. That's the difference between her and Ruka. Ruka's been conditioned by her family. She can't do things, right? And her family always checks on her and worries about her in a positive way. Mommy's family essentially told her she should just listen to them and she can't do anything, except they give her the power to do whatever the fuck she wants. She's privileged as fuck. Right? Like I explained this in the thing that I wrote. Mommy just got into Hawaiians just like that. Whereas Nagomi can't go there for it's like biannually. So he goes there every 2 years with her entire family. That means it's expensive as fuck and they got to save. Mommy just casually walks in. She's rich as fuck. She has privilege. She doesn't see that privilege. She doesn't see how well off she is. Okay. Oh, Jojo wrote more stuff. We're in the second threshold where everything falls apart, question mark. If so, then yeah, I'd say we got quite a bit left of it. You know, ever since I saw that Kibe with Marvel and Curry dressed like Umi, the Marvel shirt might have been going all the way back to chapter 168. It's weird how so many times these connections unravel into something even stranger. Yeah, that's kind of the series in a nutshell, isn't it? My current Umi take is I think from his perspective he was wronged, and I think eventually we'll agree with him. I'm not sure about that because that's Ruka. And what you're describing is Mommy, again. You're kind of like, you keep falling into the Mommy trap. Again, you know, because that's Mommy. We felt she was wrong, then we agreed with her. A lot of people agreed with Mommy in Hawaiians. I don't think Umi was necessarily thinks he was wronged. Like, how did Chizuru wrong him? Chizuru didn't fucking wrong him, nor did Kazuya wrong him. Didn't do anything to him. I could see his girlfriend maybe did something wrong to him, where she treated him like crap, and that could directly connect to Kazuya. I can see that. But we won't like his actions. Again, you're describing Mommy. Umi isn't Mommy 2.0, but he is Mommy 2.0. But he's also that for Ruka and Chizuru and even Kazuya. The more I dig into it, the more I can't say just one thing about him. I really just hope he's not Mommy 2.0. That just seems really lame. I hope he isn't Mommy 2.0 in any way. I hope our misattribution to Umi is Mommy 2.0. He does do things that bother Chizuru, absolutely. But I don't know. Especially because Mommy is like a reflection of Kazuya's privilege in many ways. And she's also what Chizuru could have become had she been in Mommy's circumstances. She's shaped by her environment. So I think Umi, rather than representing Mommy, he's the inverse of Mommy. Whereas he's actually representing maybe Kazuya's privilege that he doesn't see. You know, I think maybe it would be interesting if Umi, like, in some aspects isn't as privileged. You know, I think it would be really interesting if Umi, out of all characters, could you shut up with the Toru theory? I don't give a shit. I think it'd be a lot more interesting if Umi, the character who seems really privileged, might not be that privileged. That would make him the opposite of Mommy. And it would create a parallel between him and Chizuru. Where Umi, the character who literally means sea, the center of the sea, isn't actually that privileged. That would be interesting. And it create a parallel with Kazuya and an inverse to Kazuya and how Kazuya has a lot of privilege he doesn't see. At the same time, it create a parallel to Chizuru and how we don't see Umi just as we don't see Chizuru. Right? We're so trapped in their image and who we think they are. Umi isn't another... Okay, I'm not reading that. Is Umi a saint? No, but But I feel he was truly a piece of shit. He would have revealed himself by this point. That's my stance. That's a good point. That's a good point, because why has not Ruka told her mom about Kazuya? Look, just don't bring up the Toru theory. You can gloat if you're right. If you're eventually right about Toru being Umi, you can gloat. Just don't keep bringing it up. We don't have enough of a basis to prove any of this is real, and I'm not interested. There's got to be something else that you like that you could talk about with this series besides that. Yeah, I'm being vague here because there's a lot of details that I think I've pieced together, but I think this arc is about revealing what we don't know as well as other things that we've discussed today. Ruka resembling Nagomi instead. I've heard that theory too, and I think it's like partially correct. Not fully. Partially. I think it's an unfair misattribution because Nagomi also parallels Chizuru. You know? Nagomi has good qualities, and I think like while there are similarities between Nagomi and Ruka, they're not just that's it. That's Ruka's character. This arc is about revealing what we don't know, as well as other things that we've discussed today. It's about revealing what we don't know, but also showing us what we've known all along. You know? It's a very complicated thing, so it's hard to discuss without going through the timeline and all the stuff, and it's just a whole thing. Well, yeah. Okay, so it seems like we're going to read 431 today. Ruka told her mom about Kazuya. Ruka's mom would turn into a gender-swapped version of mommy's dad. That's my theory. Overkill. That's funny though. She would be pretty against it. I think that's a big thing. I think she would be pretty against it. Yeah, I definitely think Ruka's mom would be pretty fucking against it. If Ruka tells her mom about Kazuya, it would likely end horribly for Kazuya. Kazuya being older while Ruka is in high school. The sexual assault, the assault aspect, etc. Yeah, I think it would be a big problem. So pretty much this chapter is the one before shit really hits the fan. Yeah, kinda. It seems like it. It's the rise before the fall. Nagomi shares Scissor's determined nature and Ruka's relentless impulse, like a battery ram at Kazuya's door. She can be impulsive, but she's also mature. So I don't know. She has Ruka's childishness, but Chizuru also has a bit of childishness that mirrors Nagomi. It's just, yeah, we'll worry about that later. I'm gonna grab some water and maybe something to eat, and I'll be right back. Heck, I might make some tea actually. So give me a bit, gang. I'll be right back. Feel free to like nod to things we didn't talk about. I know I didn't read everything on YouTube. Yeah, I know there was more on YouTube we did not read, like this. Oh, that's a big one. Oh boy, that is a big one. This one I read on my off time. It's just they were just saying they wanted me to read Patreon stuff. I guess I'll read this first and then I'll get back. What time is it? It's 3:01. So I think I gotta stop streaming at around 5:15. Yeah, I think I gotta stop streaming at around 5:15 because I'm gonna go see the Supergirl movie. Yeah, I still haven't seen the Supergirl movie, so I'm pretty interested. Okay, so give me a bit, guys. I'm gonna grab some water. We still have about like 2 hours and like 15 minutes, so we still got a decent amount of time. Okay, BRB. here. Oh. Ooh. I'm officially banning myself from talking any further about him. Fair. Fair. Should we watch something while I, like, eat? Just so I get a minute to myself. See if there's anything on YouTube that we could watch. Oh, yeah, I caught up to Baki. I'm all caught up to Baki. I have no idea what to watch. Oh, this is rough. Shit, I don't know. The max sell hat short is pure gold. This?
All right. Time has come and so have I.
The time has come and so have I.
Let's get this one open first. I have no idea who it's from. All right. I like the first one. This illustration on here is amazing. It says, "What you looking at, dickhead?" And is myself with a very phallic shaped hat. Now here, chat room, check it out. Look at that right there. Did you see it? Did you see it? Yeah, that's all you're gonna get. That's all you're gonna get. I saw a Twitch cop in the chat earlier, okay? I'm not gonna risk it. Oh, and we got Dark Souls on PS3, which I don't have. I only ever played Dank Souls on the Xbox version. I'm sorry, on the PC version. I'm glad I have this. Thank you.
The Dark Souls I played. I think the first Dark Souls I played was Dark Souls 3. Yeah, I beat Dark Souls 3. I bought Dark Souls 1 for what? It was like the PS4? But I never beat it because it looks so ugly. And then I beat Bloodborne. I have Dark Souls 2 digitally, but I never beat it because it also looks ugly.
We gotta have this. When all PCs eventually go down to Skynet, our PlayStations will still work, and that's how I'll play Dark Souls. What's the vagina on my head? Oh no, it doesn't look like a cooch, does it? Oh, kinda does. Looks like some gangly yuckin' turtle vagina. Dirty turtle vagina hat. Son of a bitch! Oh my god! Oh, it's still on camera! Oh! I thought it was a cell hat. Why would somebody give me a dirty turtle vagina hat? It's fucked up. All right. Time has come and so have I. Let's get this one up.
I'm disappointed. I was waiting for so much more. Oh, this was cool.
Oui. Bon, attends, je fais un... Bon, il y a le carré blanc au milieu, mais Kingdom Hearts 2, je pense dans mon top 5 de Naruto toute ma vie. Vraiment exceptionnel. Kingdom Hearts, pour ceux qui connaissent pas, c'est une fusion entre Final Fantasy et Disney. Donc dit comme ça, on dit what the fuck is that? Et force est de constater que Square Enix a réussi à faire un truc qui est vraiment exceptionnel. T'as des personnages de Final Fantasy et des personnages de Disney qui se rencontrent, tu te balades dans les mondes de Disney et tout, et avec un gameplay, le 2 particulièrement, que je considère comme un des meilleurs action RPG jamais créés. Vraiment, mais vraiment, niveau gameplay, c'est exceptionnel. Il y a une profondeur, il y a du late game dans les combos que tu peux faire, les fusions que tu peux acquérir, enfin il y a un truc où vraiment ce gameplay, je le recherche encore depuis Kingdom Hearts 2. Je trouve que Kingdom Hearts 3 est pas mal mais n'a pas réussi à recapturer vraiment tout ce qu'il faisait au niveau gameplay qui était exceptionnel. Non, il y avait une profondeur, tu pouvais passer 150 heures dans le late game en fait. Vraiment, si vous aimez les action RPG avec des systèmes un peu cool, jouez à ce jeu. Oui!
Yeah, the only thing I disagree with is Kingdom Hearts 3 is actually kind of peak. The first time I played Kingdom Hearts 3, it kind of sucked. I just didn't like it. I played it again, I'm like, I'm a fucking idiot. I played Kingdom Hearts 3 again recently, I'm a fucking idiot. It's so peak. The only thing I will agree to is the combat's kind of weak. The combat is like needs some tuning up, and they definitely tune it up a lot. Like in the secret bosses, but the world exploration is incredible. The scope, the scale, what they do with it, fucking incredible. The only two worlds I'm not a big fan of are Frozen and Big Hero 6, which is really weird because the first time I played Kingdom Hearts 3, Big Hero 6 was like my favorite world. And then playing it again, I'm like, wow, Big Hero 6 sucks. And Frozen suck. Every other world, peak fiction. Every other world is actually incredible. Now, the game also has a lot of pacing issues. I'm just going to straight up admit that. It has pacing issues. There's a lot happening, and you can tell they had like some crunch and some issues going on in the development of the game. A lot of it, the game just didn't get the buildup it needed. And that's because, like, I think they needed a whole other game, to be honest, which is actually what they were initially planning. Monsters Inc. World was bad? Fuck off. It's great. Monsters Inc. is great. What? It has an original story. You explore through the entire factory. It's sick as fuck. What do you mean? You also get a sick fucking Keyblade. That Keyblade's crazy too. Like, it can, if you do it right, you can stunlock Zora with Firega using that Keyblade. No. The only two worlds I genuinely did not like very much were Frozen, because it's so fucking disjointed and weird, and Big Hero 6, because it's just a big open world that just feels really boring and weird, and the game will randomly just need you to wait. Like, during the story missions, there's parts of the game where you achieve your objective, and the game is just like, wait for, what's his face to call you. I'm like, what the fuck? It's wasting so much of my goddamn time. It's so dumb. So those two worlds I just didn't like. Also, just Big Hero 6 just felt really barren. Like, it just didn't feel really like a world. It felt like a last-minute addition that was just capped on. Whereas Frozen was kind of different. For those who don't know, Kingdom Hearts 3 Frozen was developed alongside Frozen, like the movie. It was they wanted that world in Kingdom Hearts 3 before Frozen released. So they wrote a story for it that Disney clearly did not approve of. And you can just kind of feel it in how the game is structured. How that world is structured. And honestly, it felt like what they were trying to go for was like Elsa went bad somehow or some shit. And they just kind of didn't want that. Disney clearly didn't want that. They're like, oh no, you can't make our character look bad. So they just kind of had to scrap together what they made in a weird way that just didn't make a whole lot of sense. So that's, I think, the weakest world. It's like Frozen and Big Hero 6. One is an incomplete world that just kind of got added last second and just felt kind of weird. The other is a world that they clearly had a vision for that they couldn't go through with, which really sucked. Every other world, peak fiction. Actually incredible. The final stretch of the game, kind of rushed. A little rough. But with the addition of Remind, it fixes a lot of the pacing issues. It also adds a lot of really cool combat stuff. I think Critical Mode is a really, really good mode. Which really sucks because, like, Normal Mode and Hard Mode are easy as fuck. Normal Mode and Proud Mode are, like, easy as fuck. Like fucking bitch made shit. Critical Mode is really fun because it actually kind of challenges you, but you can still feel some of the clunkiness in the boss designs just because of how the bosses are handled. But overall, like, Kingdom Hearts 3, when I first played it, was like a... Like, when I first played it, it was like a 5, I think. Now, upon replay, it's like a 9. This is a fucking amazing game. Like, on replay, this game is a fucking 9. Like its story and everything. There's some acting issues, 100%. It's like the way they wrote the script and the way they directed some of the characters or the voice actors was not great. But no, Kingdom Hearts 3 is like really fucking good. Like, I had a banger time playing this game. This game aged really fucking well. Like, I'm actually genuinely surprised how much I like this game. Okay. We've done the shit. I have eaten. Let's read this comment. And then we can read some of the comments here and then switch to Reddit. I'll blame Mini for the direction they're going. They put the effort in the wrong place. That's not fully Mini's fault. That's like partially their fault too. But let's continue. Effort is not a bad thing at all, but if you want to get to your destination, you have to be on the right direction. If you're on the wrong direction, you could run faster than Wildt. And is that a character from... Wait, is that a real horse that's from Ume Musume? It's a real horse. They could be referring to the real horse, or they could be inspired from Ume Musume. Is it Uma Musume or Ume Musume? I've always been saying Ume. Oh, Usain Bolt. Oh, that's never mind. It's not even a fucking horse. It's a dude. It is a runner. It is a runner. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. Don't listen to me. I'm fucking stupid. No, I bet everybody who knew the actual answer are like, Fate! No! Fate! No! Stop! You fool! Chat was like screaming as I'm like walking to my doom. Chat's like screaming as I'm walking to my doom. That's so good. And sorry, I don't know much about the Olympics. I tend to not really watch sports. I know it's like yeah, you should know who this person is. I'm just really non-invested in sports, or like the Olympics or any of that stuff. I just never have been. I understand it's a big appeal to a lot of people. It's just not my thing. So I'm just illiterate. I know that. I accept it. That's fine. Okay, you could run as fast as an Olympic, 8-time Olympic gold medalist, and you still won't reach your destination. On the surface level, Kazuya is growing, but is he? Why does he even need the muscle? Is he rushing through the driving lessons and the job search to just because he has to get all these before July 11th? Right, that's a big thing to talk about too, right? Kazuya's like, I'm going to have all these things, but he's rushing them. He's not even really having them. This chapter is like speed running growth as well as the illusion of growth in some ways, you know? And yet there is it's like you're still in place. And I think you can literally see that in the cover page. Sumi is still in place, right? She's on one of those bikes, but she's still just in place, right? And this is weird too because Sumi's a runner. Sumi runs every morning, right? She goes out and runs every morning with her dog. And yet, where do you see Sumi here? Standing still, right? Reiji could have drawn Sumi running with her dog. Instead, he intentionally references the gym. And we don't even see the gym. Right? We don't even see the gym. Another thing, too, he could have placed Sumi in the center and made her bigger. Even if she was chibi, he could have placed her in the center and made her bigger. Instead, he intentionally goes for the chibi look with Sumi alone in a big white void. As if there's still a lot of room to grow. We haven't actually grown. There's still a lot of room to grow. Damn it, I opened Premiere Pro. Now I gotta wait for it to turn on and then turn it off. Can I just turn it off before it turns on? Oh, I can. Sweet. Because Premiere Pro has to like load and shit. Of course, it just fucking ignores me and turns on anyway. That's so funny. I like turned it on mid-turn on and it's just like, no, fuck you. I'm gonna keep going. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the poll because we don't need that. 92% of you out of 12 votes voted for chapter 431. And then 8% wanted 430. Okay. Let's see. Did Chizuru say she will not date him because he has no muscle, job, and driving lessons? And again, it's this thing that like a lot of dudes, including myself in the past, believe we need to do to be in a relationship. I was like this too. I thought I needed to become a better man to be with the girl that I was already dating. And I just completely misunderstood what love is all about, you know? Our relationship fell apart for completely different reasons, you know? A part of it was that we just were not healthy together. Part of it is I made mistakes. A part of it is that she made mistakes. And that, I think, taught me a lot of lessons that, like, all these things, like muscles, job hunting, and driver's license, all of these things, I was doing these exact things too, by the way. None of them mattered. None of them mattered in a relationship, nor did it truly matter in my life. For those who don't know, I actually still don't have my driver's license. I got one years ago, and then just never used it. I got one years ago and just never used it. Now, granted, could I get my driver's license? Yeah, it's pretty fucking easy. I live in the US, dude. Do you know how fucking easy it is to get your driver's license here? It's like super easy. It's just, I don't have a car right now, so I'm not going to use it. Yeah, I don't have a car. I don't really drive. I know how to drive. I haven't driven in a while. But, you know, I live in the US where driving is almost a necessity. But I don't really use it, right? Job hunting. I've done a lot of job hunting. So has my mom, so has my family. Yeah, I still have that, and job hunting is always a pain. That's not going to change. Nor did anything really change. It's not the job hunting that's good, it's the experience you get working a job. That's a lot more useful than job hunting. You know? In the same way, like, yeah, I should probably exercise, but why I don't need muscle, I need stamina. What I need is less muscle and more stamina, and just a healthy routine to keep myself in check, right? So, like, I walk every day, right? I walk for, like, every day, roughly, I walk, like, 40 minutes, and I'm trying to switch it back up to running, just so I can build my stamina and have a good sense of exercise. You know, you don't need muscles. You just need to exercise a little bit. Exercise is good for you. You don't need muscles. What the fuck do you need muscles for? Right? Unless you're trying to do something. Like, unless your goal is to, you know, maybe you like fitness. Good for you. Have muscles. Great for you. You like that. Invest in that. Good for you. Right? But if your goal is just to have muscles for the sake of having muscles, while that's fine, what's that going to do for you in the end? You know? It's something, growth is having something that you're going to have 10 years later. It's not an illusion, though. That's a weird part about it. Both the end and the beginning are from an objective view, but they almost can't be, but they almost can't both be true, and yet they are. Well, the beginning is an illusion. It's an illusion based on reality. After you work out, your muscles look really tense. You can possibly see your abs and stuff. But that is an illusion. You didn't actually get buff. Your muscles are just tensed because you did an exercise, or you did exercises. Therefore, it is an illusion based on reality. That's literally what it is. Yes, it did happen. It's an illusion. What you saw in the mirror wasn't a lie. The lie was thinking it was going to stay. That's the mistake. That's the issue. What you saw was not fake. What is fake is that it was going to stay. Therefore, it's an illusion. That's the problem. That's what the ARG is saying. That's not growth. Growth is something that you'll have 10 years down the line. Kazuya is not going to have his muscles 10 years down the line. He doesn't even have them right now. So how can he say he's going to have them later? He doesn't even have it yet. Oh, I'm going to have my muscles. Loses it in the end of the chapter. Or therefore, you never had it to begin with. So how can you say you're going to have it later when you've already lost it? That's what the chapter is saying. How can you have something when you've already lost it? When you never had it to begin with? Does Shizuru say she will date him because he has no muscle, job, and driving license? And why does he even need to say no reply necessary when he sent a message to Shizuru? What kind of message does it send? I don't want to talk with you. Yeah, unintentionally it sends that message, right? You're sending the wrong messages, and you lost something you never had, and you're losing something you do have, right? That's kind of the chapter in a nutshell, right? Kazuya says he's going to have his muscles; they disappear. The one thing he could have had, the ticket to the play, he lost without even realizing. He's losing things he could have had in exchange for things he never even had. Therefore, he has nothing. Has he really grown? She's always been the one pulling me forward. I don't know. You've been pulling her forward. What happens right here? She's stuck. He texts. She moves forward. Who's pulling who forward? Who's pulling who forward? This shot is still so funny. Her build looks so fucking hilarious. This shot is so funny. Her build looks so fucking hilarious. She literally looks like a JoJo character. She looks swole as fuck. It's weird for Kazuya to say that he never's been a type of person he takes things for granted. It's weird for Kazuya to say that. He's never been the type of person who takes things for granted. Quite the opposite, actually. I disagree. He's taken a lot of things for granted. He's taken a lot of things for granted, and there's a lot he has not taken for granted. It's both. For everything you don't take for granted, there's something you're taking for granted, whether you realize it or not. We all do it. I try my best not to take things for granted. There are things I absolutely take for granted. Kazuya has taken many things for granted. I would argue right now where he is in the story, he's taking a lot for granted. He's taking the distance between them for granted. He's taking Ruka for granted. He's taking, the job search and his time for granted instead of spending it on things he actually cares about. He's absolutely taken a lot of things for granted. I've said this for a while, too. There's a lot of things Kazuya is 100% taking for granted. Sorry, we're not done yet. Let's see. Chizuru is the same. I believe it should be Kazuya to make the move after her kiss, but to a certain point, it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah. At this point, it's like, what the fuck? Just do something. What good is it to just work on her own without communicating to him? Even if she believes what she's doing will be her way to express herself to Kazuya. Well, to be fair, we don't really know her reasoning. I think she doesn't even fully understand her reasoning. I think the reason Chizuru is doing what she's doing right now is because the best way she knows how to... what she wants is, I think, as Kazuya's affection. And I think the way she thinks she knows how to get it is through the play. Much like Kazuya is doing something like that too, where he's trying to get her affection by getting buff, getting a job, and getting his license. Things he thinks will attract her in different ways, right? So Chizuru has like this pure intent that's rooted in her desire to make him like her, whereas Kazuya has this pure intent rooted in fiction to make her like him. So I would argue they're, again, like you said, they're the same, but in like slightly opposite ways. You know, she acts out a fiction that expresses her reality. He fakes a truth to tell his lie. She's determined after receiving Kazuya's message and thinking about the kiss, but is it on the right thing? Kinda, yes. Yeah, Kazuya pushed her forward, right? He's like, Chizuru's always pulling me forward. He literally pulls her forward, right? He's a fool. He's the one pulling her forward. All these arose from Minnie's meddling and her shouting at Chizuru at the school. Not really. Minnie's just a conduit. Minnie's just a conduit. She's not actually like the source of the problem. Well, she partially is. Minnie's partially the source of the problem. See, what's interesting about Minnie, if you think about it, she's kind of an inversion of Ruka. In that, Ruka gets in between them, Minnie gets them close, tries to get them closer, and gets in between them instead. she is doing what Chizuru thought she was doing, maybe, with Ruka. And she's also being Ruka. What I mean by this is that, like, you know, Chizuru always asks about Ruka and stuff like that. It kind of gives you the impression Chizuru is playing matchmaker between Ruka and Kazuya, right? Then you have Minnie, who's literally doing that between Kazuya and Chizuru, and it doesn't work. And in fact, she's getting closer to Kazuya. Literally, like how in Chizuru being invested in Kazuya's love life, she started to fall in love with him. Oh, look, Minnie almost literally explains that. In that same way, and you know, naturally, because she's doing this, it actively impacts Kazuya's love life negatively with Chizuru, right? It gives them both the wrong expectations. It's like Minnie is a literal mirror of Chizuru, and what she was doing with Ruka wrong. And she started to catch feelings for Kazuya just as Minnie's starting to catch feelings for Kazuya in being invested in his love life. It's literally what happens. Now, Minnie is also Ruka in that regard, specifically because Minnie is the girl in between them, right? Minnie is the girl in between them, right? She's the one trying to push everything. She's being really forceful. She's literally Ruka. Right, so she's literally a reflection of Chizuru in her intent to ship them, and then catching feelings, and yet she's also Ruka in her forceful nature. And I think that's more so what Minnie is. She's just a conduit, right? She's just this thing that, yes, is pushing them in the wrong direction, is partially her fault. It's just a lot of what's going on in the story right now is partially Ruka's fault. In that same way, I would argue it's not fully her fault. You know, there comes a point where it's also on them, just like you described. July 11th is because of this. July 11th also could have just not happened had Kazuya just talked to Chizuru instead of letting Minnie do the work for him. Again, Minnie is just a reflection of his mistake, just as Ruka is a reflection of Kazuya and Chizuru's mistakes in some ways, but they didn't make her do things, you know, just as they didn't make Minnie do anything. She's a reflection of their errors, but they did not make her do these things she chose to. And when I say this, I'm referring to both Minnie and Ruka. That is just the truth. That is what she chose to ultimately do this. That nobody made her do it, but she reflects their respective mistakes. Minnie reflects Kazuya's inaction in choosing to take an action that he should have done instead. Right? She spoke for him. Why the fuck did he let her speak for him? But at the same time, she chose to speak. That was her fucking choice. In that same way, Minnie is a reflection of Chizuru's action, right? To distance herself, right? Minnie pushed her to do this, but Chizuru still kind of did this, just as Minnie ultimately chose to push Chizuru like this and never considered the ramifications of her actions. So in that way, she's a reflection of Chizuru's actions and Kazuya's inaction. It's the same way with Ruka. Ruka, as a reflection of Kazuya's inaction and fear to hurt her, hurts him and herself. Right? Her actions reflect him. In contrast, when Chizuru calls her, what does Ruka do? Inaction. She doesn't act. Instead, she reacts. She's afraid to talk to Chizuru. She's afraid to confront her. Every time Chizuru even so much as comes up, Ruka runs the fuck away. It terrifies her. Right? So, literally, both of them are reflections of each other. Or reflections of the character, sorry. Minnie made Chizuru think she had hurt Kazuya deeply and too guilty to contact him now. And as a result, she needs to do something big for him, which we are still none the wiser now after 40 chapters. Oh, look! Isn't that literally Ruka? She made Chizuru think she hurt Kazuya deeply and is now too guilty to contact him. Isn't that quite literally what happened in the 3-month time skip? You could literally just flip that description. You can just put Ruka there and it would work. She's literally Ruka. Just in a positive light. Right? And as a result, she needs to do something big for him. Just as, oh, look, she tried to do the same thing. She's more scared than guilty. She's guilty. She feels guilty, 100%. Guilt clouds her judgment. No, she's guilty. The fear comes from guilt. The fear definitely comes from guilt. You know, guilt fuels fear, and they both blind you. She definitely feels guilty, and she is scared because Ruka is her abuser. Right? So there's two things can happen at the same time. You can both feel scared and feel guilty. So I do think she is guilty. Both of these things can be true, and it's because Ruka is her abuser, or one of her abusers. But she never said Kazuya can't talk to her before July 11th, or he needs to become a better man for her. Minnie's bullshit interpretation has had Kazuya tumbling down in a potentially wrong path, except Kazuya chose to listen to Minnie. You know? These are the consequences of Minnie's actions, but Kazuya also still chose to listen to Minnie. In that same way, Chizuru never said Kazuya can't talk to her, but she didn't talk to him either. She even said, like, you kind of get an explanation of why she was not talking to him in chapter 429. Right? In chapter 425. My bad. 425. Yeah, you get an explanation right here of why she's not talking to him. Right? It's very subtle. I want him to see it too. Stupid. Why am I thinking about this at the studio? This totally defeats the purpose of making him wait. It's almost like she's choosing not to talk to him because she feels bad for it. I'd be acting too spoiled if I messaged him first. I'd wait until later to give him a ticket. Not realizing she's literally acting spoiled in not messaging him. That's literally Minnie's impression of her. Chizuru is spoiled. Right? That's why you get that impression that Chizuru is spoiled, because she doesn't text him. Oh, she has it too nice. She doesn't understand how nice she has it. Not realizing literally right here, she's saying it right here. She wants to text him, but she'd be acting spoiled, not realizing she already is. That's literally everything these characters are doing. It's the same here, right? Why am I thinking about this at the studio? This totally defeats the purpose of making him wait. Making him wait defeats the purpose of the movie, of the play. You just have to take their words and flip them, and suddenly they make a lot more sense. Like, you start understanding, oh, that's what's going on. Okay. I would argue Minnie stopped them from putting the real effort in. Well, yeah, she's there. She's how they put effort in, so they don't do it anymore. In facing their fears, it takes courage, and courage is an effort too. They could put the real effort in and talk with each other and realize where they have screwed up. Instead, Minnie offered them the easy way out. Yeah, doing gym 2 times a day is easier than facing your own fear, right? Yeah, that's a good description. Convincing yourself I'm doing this play for him is easier than finding out if I had really hurt him. And anything is better than speaking with each other, which is where the real effort is needed. To be fair, I can't blame Minnie 100%, as both idiots choose the easy way out. Yeah, but you know, when you're offered the easy way out, it's the easy way out. It's the easy way out. What do you mean you're not going to pick it? You know, that's really hard. That's something you got to learn. You know, that's something you really got to learn. Not to pick the easy way out. That's a challenge. That's something you got to fucking learn. Not picking the easy way out is hard, especially when you've always picked the hard way. Right? Chizuru has picked the hard way for a very long time. Kazuya has kind of picked the hard way for a very long time. So naturally, when they get offered the easy way out, you don't fucking shit, they're gonna take it. Right? Easy way out any day, buddy. Right? You want an out. It can be really hard not to. But I'm still looking forward to the day Minnie is cooked. I'm still shocked by every Minnie is best girl comment on Twitter and Reddit. I refuse to read it as X. It's fucking Twitter, dude. I don't give a shit. You can call it whatever you want. It's goddamn Twitter. Like, I don't give a shit if Reishi calls it X. He's a fucking writer. He has to. You know? Like, he would confuse people if he just called it Twitter. He's a fucking writer. Of course he has to. Okay. Damn, that was 2 months ago. How time flies. I don't like the shades. Yeah, I don't like the shades they used. Yes, I'm judging someone's art. I'm a bitch. I think they should have gone with lighter hues. You know? I think the hues are too dark. That's just my opinion. Oh. Shit, maybe I do need tea. Because this isn't tea. I didn't make tea. I kind of have a bit of a headache. Here. I think I'm going to make the tea anyway. I have the hot water down there, so I should just put the fucking tea bag and go with it. Okay, just give me a sec. I have a bit of a headache. I need the tea. Actually, let me take my phone too. I gotta check messages and shit. Took some ibuprofen. And I drank some fucking tea. Ah. No, Jojo. Look, Wheezy, is that how you say your name? Wheezy? Look, if you don't like Jojo, that's your choice. I'm going to read what he has to say. If you don't like that, feel free to tune out. But I'm going to read it. You know? I understand if you don't like it, and if it bothers you, that's fine. I'm not invalidating your feelings, but I'm sorry, I'm not going to do what you tell me to. I'm going to read it. I like reading what Jojo has to say. I find it interesting. I don't agree with his takes, and yes, his takes can be absolutely wild, and sometimes can feel nonsensical. But so many people have said similar things about this story. So, you know, I think that's a little hypocritical. And at the same time, like, this is my channel. I'm going to do what I want to do. So I'm going to read it. I like reading what Jojo says. I think some of this stuff is actually really smart. Sometimes he's a fucking genius. And other times he's kind of dumb. And that's the best part. That's what reading is. You know? So I do like Jojo. I'm going to read it. I'm sorry. If you don't like it, that's fine. You know? That's your choice, dude. But I'm going to read it. You know? If you guys, like, don't like that, please understand this is my channel. I like reading it. And it's fun to me. And I find what Jojo has to say far more interesting than half of what Reddit says. You know? Half of the shit Reddit says is just the same regurgitation. At least he's unique. At least he's interesting. Like, Jojo is fun. Yeah, it's fucking weird, but that's a good thing. You know? Not always enjoying what he has to say is fine. You don't have to like it. I love Kingdom Hearts. Half of the internet, or not half of the internet, just a huge chunk of the internet fucking hates it. They think it's fucking weird. Even the people who like it think it's weird. And I'm like, that's the best part. So I'm sorry. If you don't like Jojo, that's your take. But please don't tell me in chat anymore. Please do not come into chat and tell me, don't read this, don't do that. I'm going to do what I want to do. Okay? So please don't tell me what to do. Don't say no this, no that. No, it's my choice. I'm going to do it regardless of what you say. Okay? Cam is off. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I forgot the phone was in my hand. By the way, I'm trying to actually save. So I've got a raise recently at work, and I'm trying to save up to buy an actual camera. The camera I'm thinking of getting is the same one Sakurai has. So if you guys don't remember, Masahiro Sakurai, the guy who created Smash Brothers and Kirby, had a YouTube channel for a bit. He listed at one point what cameras and what equipment he was using, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get that. So at some point, I'm actually gonna get his camera. I'm gonna save up for it, and I'm gonna buy a proper camera, so I don't have to do this every time. You know, it's like $1,000, so it's expensive. But I'm gonna take the time. I'm gonna save up for it, and then I'll purchase it at some point. You know, I don't have just $1,000 to just casually toss off. Mostly because I got like bills every month. But if I can start saving and not spending like a fucking idiot, I should be able to get it. So yeah. So just please, like, stop telling me not to read JoJo's posts. I'm gonna read them regardless. Okay? If you don't like them, that's fine. Feel free to tune out. Feel free to do whatever you want. But don't be rude. Don't say anything to him. You know, don't be rude to him. And don't tell me what to do. Okay? It's my like I've said this before, this isn't a democracy. I'm just being respectful because I know Wheezy has, I think, been here a while. I've seen their posts before. If you don't like it, that's fine. I've talked to others about it. You know, I'm trying to be respectful. You're not new. You've been here a while, so I'm just trying to be nice. But I'm gonna do what I want. It's my channel. Okay? Yeah, like, so for instance, I'm not a big fan of reading potato Potatoes takes, mostly because he watches the channel and I don't want to put him on blast. So if I'm not necessarily interested in what he has to say, I'm not going to read it, mostly because I don't want to put him on blast, you know? But that's ultimately my choice. Like, if I later decide to read it and I think it's interesting, I'll read it, you know? I try my best not to get emotional and not to react in certain ways, because I do react. You know, I get mad, especially when people criticize this series. It's my favorite series. I'm a person. I like things. I'm normal. I get defensive about things I like, you know? Okay. Paladin usually has some interesting takes. Let's see what he has to say. I haven't agreed with everything he said, but some stuff is interesting. At least JoJo doesn't write recaps like Varicus. He's right there. Bro, he's right there. What a dick. Roman's a dick. He's right there. Oh my god. Oh wait, someone sent me a message? I haven't been checking my messages lately. A request. Oh, this one's old. That was around the time when I wrote the mommy thing. And I just never responded to the person. So just put it off. Oh, did I move too low? Okay. Oh, I hope the ibuprofen kicks in at some point. Ugh. I really liked Varicus' discussion this week, personally. Oh yeah, I never got... Fuck. You just reminded me. I never read what you guys wrote on Discord. You had like a whole thing where you two were like talking. I know. Oh man. Oh my god. That's a lot. Oh jeez. For you, by the way, JoJo, I don't know if you know this, but we have a bot in Discord that like tells us when someone is spamming, and it thought you were spamming, and it was like gonna fucking mute you or some shit. It thought it was gonna fucking mute you or some shit. I'm like, damn, okay, let's chill, bot. like it literally thought you were spamming because you wrote so much. Ugh, and then, oh man, I keep forgetting to check the spoilers section. There's always a... Speak of the bot. I think this is what's his name. I don't know. I'm gonna delete the message, but I don't know if this was Jorg, because I know Jorg got hacked. Yeah. I really liked Varicus' discussion this week, personally. I was adding too many images at one point. Yeah, I was just like, what the fuck is he doing? Did it delete anything? I never read it. Did it delete anything? God, I think I have like a... I don't know if it's like a sinus thing, but I have like pain here and then like pain here. It might be like a sinus. No, I got it. I got through it in Discord. Okay, well, at some point, I need to read that, so you guys will have to remind me at some point. I might stream tomorrow, although I might have a long shift. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, be warned, fellas. So next week, I have a brutal set of shifts. I'm working like almost the entire week. I get like one day off, and even that day, it's like the chapter day, but I still have to go to work for like 30 minutes. So next week's gonna be brutal. So my goal is to sleep. No, there's stream. But it's gonna be hard because I'm gonna need to sleep like very consistently at the same time. So next week is gonna be a bit of a challenge because I'm gonna have to like go to bed at 8 like consistently. Otherwise I'm like screwed. So on chapter day, it'll be the usual. So from now on, chapter days are gonna have like an hour stream. Go to work, come back, stream again. That's pretty much what chapter days are gonna be like now. Unfortunately, because of course the workplace I'm at does everything on fucking Tuesday. Of course, the workplace I'm at does everything on fucking Tuesday. So unfortunately, I have a meeting at 9 every day. So I gotta go to work on chapter day and go to that meeting, come back, rest for like an hour, and then stream again. So yeah, it's gonna be a bit rough, but it should be okay. But yeah, at least next week I got like 40 hours. At least next week I'm working like 40 hours. My paycheck's gonna be fucking massive. Hopefully, maybe. Believe in a dream. I might even get overtime, actually. Ooh. Double pay. I feel like that is fate. I feel like that is fate. That the day I need just so happens to be the day that work needs me. But at least I'm able to compromise with work, you know? Anyways. I'm still very much in a pride comes before the fall mindset right now. I mean, I'm even saying it like, you know, we rose so fucking high. We're about to fucking fall, dude. This chapter put us in a peak. This chapter kind of put us in a peak moment where everything seems really good. You know, Kazuya seems like he's in a good place. Chizuru seems like she's in a good place. And yet there's so much underlying, oh, fuck. You know, there's a lot of underlying, oh, fuck. You know? And if the gut feeling is correct, this chapter could be dropping hints as to exactly the problem. That's been going on for a while, and I've been trying to dissect it, mostly because I'm trying to like get myself to rest properly so I can get the energy and the excitement to do it. It's kind of hard. For me, it's a little hard sometimes to not do it. Like I need like a certain kind of motivation, which is dumb. You know, you should be able to do things without being motivated, but you know. Sometimes for me, when it comes to writing, I need to like find my motivation. First and foremost, with all the projects he's been juggling, Kazuya didn't even think about trying to get a ticket for Chizuru's play until it was already sold out. This is definitely a definite blunder on his part. I think that's literally Kazuya's mistake. I think that's literally Kazuya's fucking mistake. He's not considering certain things and focusing on other things. In so doing, the things he wants, he keeps forgetting. He's literally forgetting the things he wants, and he's not doing the things he wants until it's quite literally too late. This is definite blunder on his part. Chizuru almost certainly doesn't give a shit how muscular he is, but I'd bet it would mean a lot to her to have him showing up to her performance. In fact, she literally said it. To us at least. And as the rest of the chapter seems to be suggesting, the root of this immediate problem is that Kazuya is trying to keep too many plates spinning at once to really give 100% to any of them. Which, by the way, Chizuru wants him to go to the play. That rhymed. And if he doesn't go, it defeats the purpose of the play. Right? If Kazuya never sees the play, the one thing she wants, which he says, he's like, oh, it's fine. It's not a big deal if I don't go. What would happen? I could do something or stream on July 12th. It's the anniversary. I know. So let me double check. So it would technically be on the 11th because they would start celebrating on like at 8 a.m. or some shit. There's going to be a decent amount of celebration on Twitter for sure. So we'll have to see. Now, you know what would be funny? Gigok would drop his video on the anniversary. Like the video, his like hour-long video on the series, he would drop it on the anniversary. That would be like, and if he's like shitting on it, that would be so fucking mean. That would be so ungodly levels of mean-spirited. I'm just saying, I don't know. It's been on the back of my mind, and I know it's just conjecture. But it's just been on the back of my mind constantly. I'm like, is he gonna fucking drop it then? It's like, oh no, I fear him. Mostly, I'm just worried, like, you know, it's gonna bring more negative reception to the series, unless he like actually tries and doesn't like, you know, meme constantly and actually tries to engage with the story. But I kind of doubt it. Where were we? God, this headache's annoying. Ibuprofen, you can kick in any minute now. Okay. All right, so we established in an earlier chapter, Chizuru wants him to go to the play. The play is sold out and Kazuya can't go, and he doesn't seem to care about going because he cares more about, well, what does he specifically say? You know, he said something else. Right? He tries to justify it to himself. I guess that makes sense. Mizuhara says he's always wanted to be in this play. I wasn't prepared for this. I bet it's super popular in the acting world. And then he gets rejected from the company. These are like all signs that he's like going in the wrong direction. If I want to think of the play situation in a positive light, at least I won't have to worry about causing problems for her, since she might see me from the stage. That wouldn't be a problem, that'd be a positive. Right? So what he interprets as a problem is actually a positive. And now I have more time to prepare for other things. Okay, so he's like giving he wants to try and look at it in a positive light. And so doing misses the point. Right? You have more time, but you never consider what it might mean to Chizuru that you're not there. Yeah. So he's literally, if you will, thinking about himself. Does the play have a kiss scene because of First Venus? We don't know. So what I've said, from what I noticed, it seems like Chizuru is playing a villain character. From what I got, it seems like Chizuru is playing a villain character. You know, because look at the line she says. It's really mean. You know, that dull dress really suits you. She just called someone ugly. Like, her character just called someone ugly. Right? Oh, you're dull and boring. Right? It's the things Kazuya, like, thinks he is. Thinks he's dull. Chizuru's playing the idea of Mizuhara many people have in their mind. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's very intentional. So there is an image of her here. And she's posing. I don't know what it says here. We barely see her character. Right? She says it's an important role. She doesn't say it's the lead role. What if, as a flip, she's the fucking villain? That's a lead role. That's an important role. Right? The villain is an important role. You can't have a good story without a good villain sometimes. Oh, the handle for my cup is green. So it's like phasing out. That's funny. Way oversimplifying it here, but I think Kazuya will get to see the play, and he's really not going to like what he sees. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. It's literally going to show Kazuya like all the things he hates and is afraid of. You know, Chizuru is actually going to be the villain in that move, in that play, and it would be peak as fuck. You know? The last play showed him everything he wanted. You know, the last play showed him technically everything he wanted. Now he's going to see the darkness. Darkness! It's really funny. I was playing, I think I mentioned this before. Final Fantasy XIV made a raid series for Final Fantasy XI. Yes, Final Fantasy XI is in Final Fantasy XIV. And they have this raid where you fight this god, and every second they're saying the words like darkness, darkness this, darkness that. And I'm like, it's Kingdom Hearts. I gotta play Final Fantasy XI. It's just Kingdom Hearts. Darkness. So good. So, oh, you're confused. Okay, Final Fantasy XI was the first Final Fantasy MMO. It was the original. So, a lot of what it did, Final Fantasy XIV takes inspiration from. It's the original. It paved the path. So they did this raid series called like the something of Vanadil. And it's this raid series where you go through a lot of the Final Fantasy XI stuff and you fight a lot of its bosses and shit. And it's like a celebration of 11. So it's a celebration of 11 for people who played it. And it's a way to get new people who've never played into 11 into 11. It was like a really nice send off to 11, and it sparked like a lot of people getting into it. Like even I downloaded 11 and I started playing it. I'm looking into like buying the disc cases because they were selling the disc cases and stuff. And I found them really cheap. You know, like I didn't realize I could get Final Fantasy 11 like as a part of my physical collection, even if I can't really run anything. It's kind of cool to get that. So I'm gonna get like all the expansions like piece by piece, and then put them in my gallery. It's pretty small, by the way. I thought I had way more games. I think like over the years I sold a decent amount of my games, so that's probably why my collection of physical media is so small. Like it's just one shelf that's about this tall. Well, you guys can't see it. Here, I guess I can show you. Here, I'll show you my physical media real quick. Let me switch to this. Those are my video games. It's a pretty small one. It goes to about my waist. But those are my video games. I have a lot more. I don't know if I have a lot more movies. I think I have about the same amount of movies. But yeah, that's my video games. Oh, shit, dude. This headache will not go away. Fucking hell. Ibuprofen any fucking minute now. Jesus Christ. Okay. Where were we? His workouts haven't yet achieved any lasting gains. His job hunt is only turning up dead ends so far. They are both understandable and realistic things to happen, but the fact that they have been clustered together like this, especially on top of the ticket snafu, makes me think that we're meant to read Kazuya as stretching himself too thin. People have theorized that Kazuya might fail his driving test, and that would be an interesting cherry on top of this mounting problem. Yeah, someone said, what if he passes? And I think that would be pretty interesting. You know, he passes, but he feels no win from it. You know, no excitement from passing. Just doesn't matter. Because I've had that before. You know, when you reach a goal and you achieve it, and you're just like, huh, I don't feel like I thought I would. You know. Meanwhile, Chizuru is all on the introspective anxiety mode. As her wont, she's identified what she believes is the morally correct course of action and is determined to push forward with it. And if she expects doing so to be miserably unpleasant, even if she expects things to be even if she expects doing so to be miserably unpleasant. I read the sentence correctly, the late half of the sentence. I think her intent to tell Ruka is reasonable here, and at the very least, not as wrong-headed as her various attempts to cut off Kazuya for his own good. But the intention could still wind up throwing things into chaos if Ruka lashes out and decides to fire all of her ammunition. Regardless, though, a more immediate takeaway from the scene is that all she needs is to single text from Kazuya to snap out of her spiral and get re-energized for her play. It's called First Venus, according to the cover of her script. Had we seen this before? We've seen it. So here, I'll show you when we first saw it. So the first time we saw Chizuru's play was chapter 408, I think. 408 is the first time we saw Chizuru's play. First Venus is the first time we saw it. So yes, we have seen it before. I think we saw it one other time. Yeah, I think we saw it one other time. Makes you wonder how powerful she could be by now if these dorks had just kept texting each other all month. It's a bit frustrating to have another week of build-up before actually getting to the call. But to my eye, that just increases the odds that it'll be narrowly significant when it happens. We'll see how things play out in practice, though. Well, see, what makes Reishi's climaxes for his arcs so fucking effective is all this build-up that a lot of people think is a waste of fucking time ends up mattering. Every single fucking detail you thought was insignificant perfectly connects to the climax. Every single little thing he has shown you starts like connecting together. Rereading through Hawaiians with that mindset makes that arc incredible. Rereading the cohabitation with the end of the Odaiba date is incredible, and with the context of Hawaiians. Every single little thing Reiji shows you connects to a greater whole. It's really, really effective. Like, Reiji, in my opinion, is like the build-up master. Like, I don't think I've seen a dude who has this good a build-up. Personally. Well, okay, Final Fantasy VII Remake comes pretty fucking close. Like, we've had 2 games of build-up. We've had 2 whole-ass games of build-up. The 13-year cook. Okay? 15 years. I don't know. When the fuck did Final Fantasy VII come out? They've been cooking since then, dude. No, they've been cooking for like a while. So, you know, I guess they come pretty fucking close. They got the cook. You know, they got that build up. So, yeah, for sure. No, I think the build up with Reiji oftentimes pays off a lot more dividend than you might realize. You know, or appreciate at the time. Yeah, Varicus mentioned it. Pride comes before the fall was one of the exact phrases that was going through my mind reading this. Hello, Jojo. It was something like chapter 407 where we see Chizuru and there's an image of changing room for the first Venus actors. He's already got it all tabbed up too, huh? I like how Kazuya, as you described, was externally shown for a long time achieving everything he set out to do on paper. He wrote a confession. You could see him go through all the interviews for a job. He got his provisional license. He's been working out diligently. All good. Of course, most of us had our doubts about this, but this is the first chapter where externally things go wrong too. And it's weird because, like, when things go wrong, Kazuya is just saying, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. So you never feel like things are going wrong. When you read this chapter, in my opinion, when you read this chapter, it never feels like something just outright went wrong. Mostly because Kazuya keeps reassuring you. You know, he's taking every hit with stride. You know, no matter how things go wrong, he seems to be taking every hit with stride. All the negatives are undertones. All the negatives are just undertones. Like you can feel something is wrong, but the chapter never outright highlights it. And I think that's intentional by Reiji to make you feel as Kazuya feels, as Chizuru feels. There's absolutely negatives, but we just don't address them. We just toss them to the back. Don't worry about it. Just toss them to the back. Don't worry about it. You know? I think that is probably the intention. Just toss the thing to the back and don't worry about it. And I think that is kind of what this chapter is. It's false positivity, right? I was like reading this. I think they said this in fucking Baki. I was like reading this in Baki, and in Baki they were saying light is. Here, let me see. I wrote it somewhere. Baki has some like banger lines sometimes. You know, for as insane as a series as it has some banger lines. Okay, there it is. Light is kind because it brings forth the shadows. But when light burns so brightly that it washes away even the shadows, it carries madness with it. And I think that's kind of where we are. You know, the light keeps washing away the shadows, but it brings madness with it. Kazi also doesn't take the time to assess why he failed. So it's unlikely that he learns from his failures. Yep. Failure matters when you learn from it. You know, when you put the effort in to understand why the fuck you fucked. Oh, dude, this headache. Ugh. Maybe I'll try switching to my blue light glasses. Maybe I'll drink some more water. Ay, ay, ay. Ah. Ay, ay, ay. Jeez. What does Kazuya... Maybe the question is, what does Kazuya do when his plans fall apart? Well, you're seeing him double down. Okay, Varicus. Okay, Varicus. Kazuya already takes the rejection from Chizuru in a positive way. I think the whole idea is, what if you can't stay positive? You know, I think there comes a point where you just can't fucking stay positive. You think the fish saying Kazuya needs to work on his back has some story implications? It's connected to next week's chapter, which is look behind you. I know from what I've seen, we see Kazuya's work his chest, abs, shoulders, and running and talk to his biceps. And usually with a story, unless I'm wrong, chest equals pride, shoulders carry things, abs aesthetics. Well, abs, actually, no. Abs are associated with aesthetic a lot, but real abs actually are your core. They're literally your center. They actually like help keep your posture straight and shit. Like real abs. That's what real abs do. Fake abs are just for aesthetic. Biceps also aesthetics. Biceps are also associated with lifting and carrying weight, so there's that. And usually with the story, unless I'm wrong. Oh wait, order this. Maybe back equals posture. Kazuya having bad posture. Unseen things. Well, no, if you have a big back, it could literally like reflect your status. You know, you're large. When you have a large back, it shows how big you are. So I would argue back is less posture and more status, right? How you appear to others, you know. Unseen things, Kazuya not seeing his back. Right, that I agree to. Unseen things, yes. Kazuya not seeing his back, but also his chest and such, yeah. So next chapter, being called Check Behind You, or Check the Rear, seems to connect directly to that. We're finally going to see the things we're not looking at. I think next chapter seems to be hinting at that. The start of looking at the things we're not looking at. Because there's a lot we're not looking at. This chapter introduces things we're not looking at, you know? We introduce this element of Chizuru's internal that she's not seeing, and we introduce this external Kazuya is ignoring, right? Reishi introduces one external Kazuya has ignored. He introduces another external being his back. He literally shows us his back and tells us Kazuya needs to work on it. He shows us the fact that Kazuya forgot the tickets, the thing he actually wanted. In that same way, he's literally forgetting Chizuru, right? He's forgetting Ruka, he's forgetting Umi, he's forgetting Mommy. So those things are important. What if Kazuya passes but fails like other muscles and job internships? Yeah. That's how I felt when I graduated high school. Fuck. What's going on today? It felt more like an insult to me because the requirements are so massively lowballed. All you need to do graduate is a 1-point GPA and get all the D's. Really? Huh. Really? I don't think it was like that for me. I don't even remember what I passed with. I think I had a 3.5 or something. Made me feel like all my hard work is meaningless. For me, I just didn't like the celebration. It felt so fake. They had us stage it, and we had to walk a certain way and do a bunch of certain things. I'm like, fuck off. Just give me a graduation. I just want to leave. That's how I felt. It felt like the license is more crucial. Kazuya with or without muscles. Kazuya with or out muscles equals now. The job may have some implications, but I think the license matters. Yeah, the license does matter for his future. He does need it. This is partially true. He just doesn't have it yet. Kazuya also doesn't take this time to assess why yeah, we read this. He doesn't learn from his failures. But because we see, right, he's just kind of like, yeah, I failed. And he just doesn't process why he failed. And it's because he's not thinking about it. Right? He's just kind of rolling with it. He's like, no, you got to learn why you fucked up. It's like, think of it like this. I don't know if everyone else will understand this, but how many of you have played like fighting games or even Smash Brothers? You know, when you play someone else and you lose, right? A lot of the times, if you're new to a game, you'll tell yourself, oh, it was luck. Best 2 out of 3. I'll beat you next time. You don't assess why you failed in the first place. You don't try to analyze why you failed and what you can learn. That's why if you watch a pro play a fighting game, even if you don't understand what they're doing, you can learn some things from them by just paying attention to how they adapt. For instance, a pro may lose the first game or even the second game. But by the third game, they may learn all your patterns. And in so doing, adapt. And suddenly, in the third game or the second game, they'll start winning. And you're like, what the fuck happened? They were getting dominated so hard earlier. How could they change so quickly? They paid attention to why they were losing. Oh, they were doing this. Oh, they were doing that. Okay. I'm going to adapt. And the way the other person can win is by adapting to their adaptation. Oh, they started learning to do this. Let me test if I can do this. That's why fighting games or even team-based games like fucking League and shit or shooters, a lot of it, there's a decent amount of mind games. You have to consider things. You have to think about what you do. And that's why I like fighting games personally, because they're very personal games. Even if I'm not always investing in that, sometimes I do. Sometimes I do invest in these things. And I sometimes actually enjoy playing people who can beat me. I like that. Especially people who can fucking steamroll me sometimes, because I try to see how I can maneuver around their shit, how I can improve. I'm losing, but I'm learning why I'm losing, and when I learn why I'm losing against a really strong opponent, an easier opponent will just be easier. An opponent that maybe I struggled with initially before becomes a lot easier because I fought someone way stronger than them. Right? That's how failure can be useful. Right? We can learn from it. However, you shouldn't just strive to fail. You should just try to see why you're failing so you can win. We see he doesn't even have the muscles and he's content with just hunting for a job, but he has a deadline for the license. I think that's the catalyst. Catalyst? What do you mean? What do you mean catalyst? Or do you mean that's the core? That's the centerpiece? What do you mean, how's he supposed to assess it? My life is full of pressure and demands, and I assess things. He doesn't have the time to assess it. One of his internship, yeah, he's robbing himself of time. So naturally he can't assess anything. One of his internships requests was denied, but he doesn't have the time to look into what he did and why he might have failed in order to do better next time. And that also could reflect another thing: he doesn't care. That could also reflect another thing that I think none of us have considered. He doesn't care about this. That could be why he's not even checking why he failed. Or at least he doesn't realize he doesn't care. Right? Maybe he just doesn't care enough. Or maybe he's just not thinking about it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being mean. He's not being sarcastic. Why do you think Varicus is being sarcastic? I didn't see any sarcasm there. Oh, well, someone says it. He still can't write what his strengths are, so that was still blank, but his content with just hunting and doing the other stuff. Yeah, and I think that's a lot of people too. You know how people, again, to call back to fighting games, people will play ranked over and over and over and over again, and they're content doing that instead of actually improving. A lot of people are okay with just constantly playing ranked instead of literally getting better. And you'll see that regardless of whether it's a fighting game, it's a Dota, League of Legends, shooter games. It's kind of the same. They're I'll improve by playing instead of actually improving. It takes 10 to 100 internships to applications to get a job. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It can. It can. But you can make it easier if you do certain things. You can make it easier if you do certain things. Of course, it can take 100. My family was like applying for a long time and they were having a hard time getting a job, but for them it was because they were overqualified for a lot of things. So it scared people off, you know? But then at the same time, like for me, it was more of like opportunity, you know? I applied to places and like I adjusted my resume accordingly for those places. I'm good at communicating, so I was able to like reach out and get the things I needed from those people. But it's not always just apply endlessly. You have to apply smart. And even then, yes, it might still not work out. Absolutely. Like I said, another aspect of this is 100% Kazuya learning what Chizuru has felt, where she tries and tries and tries and fails anyway, you know? But at the same time, it's a learning experience for him to start learning why he's failing. And so this is kind of important. Because if you remember what Chizuru was talking to Minnie about, Minnie is like, oh, you should just like fail and it's fine. You'll learn from your failures and some shit like that. And Chizuru just like disagreed with her. Where here, I'll pull up what Minnie said. Like Chizuru learned like why Minnie was incorrect. So Chizuru tells Minnie right here, right? So they're talking. This doesn't mean it's okay to just shrug it off, does it? I'm just saying that it's ideal to never give up on thinking about the right thing to do. Kazuya's not doing that, right? Minnie is right here saying, being right versus following an ideal are totally different things. What seems right to you might be evil to someone else. The world is ideal because we can take things in stride and keep moving forward. That doesn't mean it's okay to just shrug it off, does it? Right? It's about accepting both the good and the bad, right? The thought is very like you, though. I'm just saying that it's ideal to never give up on thinking about the right thing to do. Kazuya is just never giving up. He's not giving up on, like, the right thing to do. That's just a refusal to accept failure. Failures are what make us stronger. In the business world, it's common for failure to turn into a product that makes loads of people happy. There's a difference between a failure making you stronger and planning it out so that you never fail in the first place. And this is all really interesting because it seems like Kazuya is planning so that he never fails in the first place, and yet he's not learning from failure. So how could he possibly plan to never fail if he is not learning from his failures? Eyes are closed. Yes, she's just resisting. So she's like partially lying to Minnie about her intent. So yes, her eyes are closed. She's just arguing with Minnie. She agrees with Minnie. Right? So what Minnie is saying is right. Chizuru agrees with her. But she's like disagreeing on what Minnie is like how Minnie is saying it. It's like Minnie's approach. Chizuru agrees with her. What Minnie's saying is right. Chizuru is a person who understands this all too well. Minnie's literally preaching to the choir. Yes, Chizuru understands. She fucking agrees with you. That's not what she's talking about. That's why her eyes are closed. She's fucking lying to Minnie because she's like, yes, I know. I'm a fucking actress. She gets it. She knows. But I think this points out like the whole point here is like this is definitely connected to that. I think Kazuya in some ways ironically fits this. So refusal to accept failure. I think that's kind of what's going on here. What Minnie isn't seeing is that Chizuru is screaming for help. Yeah. Yeah, she's like actually screaming for fucking help. She told her last chapter, like literally last chapter she told her, and then Minnie's just like, I'm a pivot to what I fucking want like a dumb bitch. That's literally what Minnie does. She just pivots to what she wants and just kind of ignores Chizuru. And all Chizuru is saying here is like, yes, I agree with you. I just feel stuck, idiot. I think I'm almost caught up. Kazuya's really big problem is he's sleepwalking through his job stuff. He thinks if I just do the same thing in a different interview, I'll eventually get a job, even if it takes me like 6 tries. Yeah, kinda. It's massively flawed mindset in Kazuya's part as he's forgotten who he is. He's no longer is showing his hard work and never-ending perseverance. Yeah, and I think that's like a big thing. Like for me, like whenever I forget who I am when I'm applying, I have a hard time getting jobs or like even like reaching people, especially when I'm not certain about it. But when I know exactly who I am and like I get reminders from the people around me that who I am, I can get the things I want. I can do what I want. I feel a lot more confident. I think his license test is like the single point of failure for his date plan. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Even if he gets it, he hasn't driven on a highway. And even if he and if he fails, his entire date fails. Everything would be rendered meaningless. And I don't think you should take that kind of risk. You know, I think that would be that could literally show Kazuya exactly what Chizuru was feeling in the movie arc, where she was betting it all on that one play that she never got. And it was Kazuya who saved her in that moment where she realized she was walking the wrong path, you know? Kazuya helped her make a movie. He made her realize like, okay, you're not powerless. And I think that's going to be an important element for Chizuru for Kazuya, right? She's going to show him how he's not powerless when it comes to love, how he's walking the wrong path. I think he needs to fail so she can show him how to succeed. Wow, that's it. That was pretty good. He needs to fail so she can show him how to succeed. I mean, a part of trying to apply to jobs, you keep trying until you got one. Can't be done over a one fail. Well, that's not what I'm saying. So for instance, don't just apply to anything. Doesn't mean you're going to get it. And you have to recognize why you failed. Sometimes you got to like reach out to the people and be like, okay, why didn't I fit your thing? You know? Sometimes you got to research why you're not succeeding. You know? It's not like failure is an issue. It's like you got to figure out why you failed to improve, you know? And yes, sometimes like the failure is out of your hand. You already know everything you need to. But Kazuya is brand new to this. That's why this argument can be held. The arguments you guys are making, the reason they don't work, in my opinion, is because you're acting like Kazuya already knows this stuff. He's brand new to this. He's brand new to this. And while he can absolutely succeed, he just needs to see what he's doing wrong. He's focusing on all the wrong things. He's putting in all the wrong effort. You know? Like, do you want just any job or what do you want? No, he's just not considering what he wants. That's why this is all going wrong, you know? I think if you know what you want, you'll eventually find it. But because Kazuya's just shooting shots in the dark, that's why he's not succeeding, I think. He has no idea what he wants because he doesn't know who he is. And I think if you don't really know who you are, it's going to be hard to get a job that could be like a possible career for you. If he fails to get a license for Mother Farm, the plan will be canceled. Correct me if I'm wrong. Not that it'll cancel, it'll just fall apart and he doesn't know what to do. Speaking confidently, believe it or not, can make someone underqualified be more of a correct hire. If Kazuya didn't portray himself confidently, no one would hire him anyway. Yeah, that's the unfortunate truth. A lot of it is like how you present yourself. Communication, learning how to present yourself, learning to talk in certain ways, learning to appeal to what they want, is how you get a job a lot of the times. It's often just presentation. Less so... Like, of course, the qualifications can matter, but if you know how to present yourself correctly and you can deal with things, like, you'll get a job, you know? Like, I got a position at my work. I got a promotion and a position at my work. I got this really nice raise because I kind of planned and, like, I knew how to present myself, you know? And then I used my skills and my strengths to, like, fix things in certain situations. When I was presented with opportunities, like, I took them. I didn't just sit back. And I learned. You know, I actively put in the effort to learn. So I could not only make it easier for myself, but also make it easier to get such a position. This sounds out of nowhere, but if Kazuya fails his driving test and he has to come up with a new place to go, wouldn't the aquarium be a perfect place as one of its first places they went? You're acting like Kazuya will just take that in strides, which I don't think he will. His entire plan that he's built up for like a month would like go down the drain. I don't think he would handle it very well. Chizuru could take him to something like that. That sounds like something Chizuru would do. Because he needs to fill out the ikigai, what you love, what you're good at, the questions he can't answer, what's needed, and what he can't, what can be paid for. I don't know. Shit, dude, I'm tired. Okay, let's read Varicus. I'm gonna read real quick what people wrote here. .431 starts with an illusion and ends with Kazuya breaking Kazuya's illusion. Yeah, and I think that's like foreshadowing for next chapter. The illusion breaking. It's not an illusion though. It is an illusion actually. Chizuru's cheer update for Kazuya. Yep. So Kazuya needs to become oh, the dude for that thing that adapts to everything but somehow fucking lost. Adapts to everything, loses. Peak cinema. I can adapt to everything. Adapt to this, motherfucker. Parry this, you filthy casual. Another way to translate the teaser is bulging muscles, and it's referred to Kazuya flexing at the beginning of the chapter. Yeah, that was the teaser for this chapter. Mori Mori. Kazuya thinks that things are going well for him. He can see some muscles. He got his preliminary license. He is in consideration for a few internships. He has a date plan, and he's refining his confession. He's feeling good about himself, and now he has the full license test scheduled for July 4th. Bro, the day of fucking liberation. The day of independence. Japan even had a celebration for July 4th. Which, by the way, Trump seems like upset at Japan for some reason. Am I crazy? Or like I've been hearing that like lately. He seems like angry at Japan for some reason. He just like picks someone to be mad at and just rolls with it. That seems to be his like running gag. Oh, I don't like this one person. I'm gonna be just mad at them for a bit. Even though like I think the Japan government like loves him or some shit. So weird. He's feeling good about himself. Okay, so July 4th, the day of freedom. The day of independence, right? So he's gonna, it's when he gets it, like, come on. He gets his license on the day of independence? On Independence Day? Seriously? And literally you become more independent when you have your life. It's too on the nose. It's too on the nose. Right? Something is weird. Independence Day on July 4th? Sorry, gets his license on July 4th, Independence Day? What the fuck? That's too on the nose. And he wants to get some actual real world experience in before the date. He wants to inform Chizuru about his plan for the date so she can pick suitable clothes, but he doesn't want to bother her during her play preparation. That's when he realizes that he wants to see her play too. It wasn't in his plan, so he completely forgot about it. People give him shit for this, but the recaps work. Oh, family's home. Give me a sec. Welcome home. Because Varicus isn't just recapping; combing through the plot and noticing things that tie together thematically. Surface level reader stick in my head. Yeah. Cedric wants Kazuya to see her play. He finds out the tickets for the play are sold out. He tries to see it positively that this gives him more time to prepare. Chizuru wants Kazuya to see her play, but she doesn't want to bother him when he is busy. Kazuya wants to see Chizuru's play, but he doesn't want to bother her either. Since Kazuya couldn't get tickets, he refrained from going to the play. She refrained from giving him tickets. They are both not giving each other what they want out of misplaced consideration. And isn't that like a very Japanese thing? Isn't that like a very Japanese thing to do? You know, just constant over consideration to the point that it becomes like destructive. You know, and there's an entire like culture around it that's pretty destructive. If Chizuru just get like, you know, for any of you who have, I mentioned this a few times, for any of you who've played Persona 5, it's pretty much Persona 5. You know, if you remember from the beginning, like how it starts, it's like, okay, just keep your head down, mind your own business, don't interfere, don't do the thing. Even if you know it's wrong, don't do anything. And then you get punished for doing the right thing. And that's like Persona 5's like whole thing. It's like a rebellion against that. It's like, fuck that noise, like actually do the right thing, screw you, figure out who you are. It's literally a game about independence, specifically because of the collective consciousness. They have an entire in-game, like, what is it? An in-game dungeon / mechanic around the collective consciousness. Like, that's a whole thing. I think it's like called Mementos. Yeah. If Chizuru just gives him the ticket, they could both have what they wanted. Kazuya's mood is dampened. He then gets the notification that one of his internship requests was denied. It is a setback, but no reason to give up trying. He then suddenly realizes that what he's doing is probably going to benefit him, even if Chizuru rejects him. If he gets his license, a job, and a fit body, then it'll help him for his own future. I'm sure that people will celebrate that realization. He's finally looking at his own future instead of only at Chizuru this whole time. To me, it looks like he's losing sight of what he wants more and more. Thank you. Thank you. Jesus fucking Christ. That's literally me. Like, I went on Reddit the other day and everyone's like celebrating, and I'm like, wow, you guys are just like missing the forest for the trees, right? You're celebrating the wrong things, and I think a lot of it is definitely rooted in masculinity and being a man, you know? Kazuya has not had this thing for so long that when he gets things that look right to people, they just immediately celebrate it because it fits a narrative. And that's what I mean about masculinity. I'm not saying you're like, all you care about is like seeing him as a man. I think what the chapter does is play directly into that bias. You know, Kazuya's not had this thing, so when he gets a thing that somewhat fits the narrative of being a man, people naturally believe it, and it leans into their understanding. Oh, these things are good to have, you know? And that's what I'm saying. It's the right lesson for all the wrong reasons. It started simply with him wanting to be there for Chizuru all the time. It now became him improving for a future where he will be a man who will be worthy to be with Chizuru. He seems willing to give up being there for Chizuru so that he can work on becoming someone who can be there for her. It literally defeats the purpose. It literally defeats the purpose. Do you remember what Chizuru said when she was here in 425? No, Yamero. It's the thing I pointed out earlier. Why am I thinking about this at the studio? This totally defeats the purpose of making him wait. Making him wait defeats the purpose of the play. Your play has no meaning if he's not there. He's your driving motivation for the play. He's the reason you're even doing this. So thinking about him defeats the purpose while you're in the studio is actually backwards. It's literally the same thing with Kazuya. I think Varicus like nailed it on the head. Iroh is the perfect encapsulation of healthy and positive masculinity. Not at first. I mean, he gets better. I think Iroh in the live action is really misrepresented specifically because like he kind of already starts out like at the end of his journey, so it's a little awkward. Whereas Iroh at the start is kind of a mess too. You know? Ruka hasn't contacted Chizuru yet. She thinks that Ruka might be avoiding her and that she probably hates her. She's actually relieved that Ruka didn't call her back. But she also reminds herself that she needs to tell her as soon as possible because she made up her mind. She thinks back to Ruka asking her if she wanted to be Kazuya's girlfriend. I think he meant to say girlfriend, which she always denied. If she wanted Kazuya to be her boyfriend, I think that would have worked better. And he was just really just a client to her, which she always confirmed. And again, I want you to think about this for 2 fucking seconds. What did mommy do in Hawaiians? Who remembers what mommy did in Hawaiians? Gaslight the ever-living shit out of Chizuru, corner her to the back of a wall, and constantly keep asking her a false negative question where Chizuru has to constantly answer he's just a client to fucking protect him. Because if she said anything else, what would happen? Oh, that's right. Mommy would like fucking lose it and probably act or do something. She could report her to her job. It's almost like even that is rooted in Chizuru's insecurity. The reason Chizuru doubts her own feelings even back then. Because the first time Ruka asked her, Chizuru didn't even answer. Right? Chizuru answered, and then Ruka knew otherwise. And the second time Ruka asked her, Ruka already fucking knew. Right? So that's the thing. That's the thing. Ruka already knew Chizuru liked him. And yet she kept asking the question anyway, knowing what the answer is, all because she didn't hear it from Chizuru. Whereas with Mami, it was the opposite. It was intentionally to confirm her own bias about Chizuru. You know, she wanted Chizuru to be the bad guy, so every time Chizuru lied to her, she's like, yes, I'm right, she's the bad guy. Whereas Ruka kept asking a question, knowing it would corner Chizuru. Right? They were doing similar things for, like, inverted reasons. It's the same thing, just inverted. My God, the headache's finally gone. I can actually function. The headache's actually gone. It's a Christmas miracle. Okay. She thinks back to Ruka asking if she wanted to be Kazuya's girlfriend. She always denied. If she was actually just a client to her, which she always confirmed. She then thinks that she can't tell Ruka that after everything, she might have actually been in love with him. Chizuru says the last part out loud. Her words still include a might, but we look at her there and conclude that she must be all but convinced that she loves him. This is the third time she confirmed this to us. She said it to Kazuya, she said it to Umi, and now she said it, and she now said it to herself. The more we hear it, the more we believe that it must be true. I declared myself a doomsayer, though, so I have to say that Chizuru must be trying to convince herself. She wants to repeat that so often that she starts to believe it. That's why she says it out loud. I think that's half a truth. Again, I think that's half a truth. Because I think a part of her knows the feeling that she has is real. So what she's saying isn't a lie. However, her trying to convince herself could also be true. So it is, she's speaking a truth, but it's, again, kind of half a truth. You know? She knows the feelings she has are real. She's not convincing herself of an illusion. There is a truth to it. To elaborate again here, my current working theory is that Chizuru wanted a relationship with Kazuya, but thought that she didn't love him enough to be with him. She doubted that she would be able to give him what he wanted if she didn't love him. If she had been able to prove that she could still make him happy despite loving him enough, she would have accepted a relationship anyway. So that's why she didn't just reject him. But she couldn't prove that by the end of the date, and her feelings also didn't just change. So she did the right thing and rejected him so he would be free to find someone else he could actually love him. Kazuya decided to wait for her anyway, so since Chizuru didn't want him to wait forever, she decided that she had to try and make a relationship work anyway, despite her doubts. She now not only tries to do what she has to do to prepare for a relationship, like rejecting Umi and talking to Ruka, she also tries to prove that she can pull her own way so she wouldn't be a burden on Kazuya and his family by succeeding in the play. And she tries to convince herself that she loves Kazuya after all, so that she would be able to actually give him what he deserves. There might be more aspects that I can't see yet, but even just that this is some serious determination to take responsibility. And Chizuru is doing all of this for Kazuya. I'd say that already counts for an I-level devotion. I is selfless love. Her actions are probably similarly misguided to Kazuya's actions because she tries to become worthy while ignoring what she wants and being oblivious to what Kazuya wants. Kazuya writes Chizuru a short text here, telling her about his plans to go to Mother Farm. He wishes her good luck with her play. Then he makes her heart beat faster, and she feels motivated to keep working harder. She acknowledges his text and thanks him. Meanwhile, Kazuya looks at himself in the mirror without a single muscle showing. The effect of the workout were all temporary. What next? The teaser for next time is a rear check. This will most likely refer to Kazuya's driving lessons. It is a term used for the thorough check of a rear mirror, side mirror, and looking over your shoulder to the dead angle before you change lanes, for example. This is a ritual that you have to do, and parking is pretty hard, especially parallel parking. Parallel parking can be brutal. So, if you don't do it correctly, it can be kind of rough. This is a ritual that you have to do during the driving license test, even announcing every step and saying check to confirm that you're doing it correctly. You will fail if you don't. Really? Huh. I never had to do that. To be fair, I'm in America. anybody can fucking pass here. Literally anybody can pass here. They will let a toddler on the road if he can just fucking like put his feet on the thing. I'm still not entirely sure where we're going with this arc, but I have a few ideas. I still think that Kazuya is going to ultimately fail his goals. There's a deadline, he's working as hard as he can, but sometimes all your best efforts are just not enough to reach your goal. You've also experienced that before in the movie arc. Yep, I've been saying that for a while. On the deadline, we also have to get lucky. Kazuya doesn't realize how much he gave Chizuru by just walking into her home, announcing that he would make a movie for her. She had lost all hope, and Kazuya gave her hope again. This is invaluable to her. I guess that Kazuya will fail in a similar bit of despair, and then Chizuru can hopefully get him out of. I could see Kazuya telling Chizuru after he failed what he was trying to do and how it fell apart, which is why he would now need to take much more time to get worthy. He'll be willing to play a long game to become someone entirely different for her by the end of it. I could then see Chizuru reminding him of what he originally wanted, telling him that she doesn't care for any of that. I think that's like more endgame. That's like a little later. It's probably too simple, but we can dream. Yeah, it's a little too simple, but you're not wrong. Let's see. We also have to. So I think after finishing this, I'll have to end it today. I'm sorry. I can probably stream tomorrow. I just got to check what time I'll be out. We also have the play ticket issue. Kazuya didn't get his own ticket, and Chizuru didn't give him tickets yet. If the story wants to complicate things, Chizuru could give Kazuya tickets for the 4th, presumably the first day of the play, if it's running for the week, colliding with his driving license test. He won't be able to attend the play since all the plans depend on getting his license. And then if he then fails the test, he will feel like his efforts were all for nothing. And on top of everything, he also misses Chizuru's play. I don't know about that. That's just an assumption that it's on the 4th. If Chizuru, she actually gets lucky with the play and she sees her chance there, I can understand that she wants to give her best effort, and I can see her being rewarded. It will still feel empty if Kazuya doesn't see the play. If he doesn't tell her the reason why he didn't come, she might think that he didn't want to see her. Yeah, again, everything about the story right now seems to be that Chizuru is succeeding and Kazuya is failing. That seems to be like the big thing. Chizuru is succeeding, Kazuya is failing. You know? At least that's how I see it. You know, Chizuru's just been getting a whole lot of wins, especially in her acting career, whereas Kazuya's just fallen down. Notes, she might actually be in love with him. Chizuru uses Suki here. Oh, she used Suki. Interesting. Ooh. Ooh. You guys were talking for a hot minute. Oh, Jojo also wrote his thing. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm gonna stop here. I gotta get ready for the movie, so I gotta go clean up and stuff. I'll hopefully stream tomorrow. We can probably finish reading this stuff. I don't know if I'll write anything. And then we also gotta find some time to do some video game streaming. The first thing I want to finish is Resident Evil. So that's the goal. I don't even remember where I stopped. I don't even remember where I fucking stopped. I don't remember where we stopped playing Resident Evil 1. It's been that long. How long ago did I stream this game? Do you smuggle candies in the movie? Sometimes. We streamed it 3 months ago. Let's see where I stopped. So I went back and reread the Resident Evil 5 notes. Spencer was literally planning to die. Where he said, because she herself believes she's nothing more than a shit in the fucking universe. So it shows how he had affection. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna call it. Okay. Let me check what was the last thing I did. Okay, this thing. Denari. The Resident Evil in a bad way. The only thing I don't like about the Spencer. Well, now I know. I gotta go grab that thing. I know where to start. Drop it. In that game, is the idea and fight. What far we got? I feel like we got decent far. She's just getting dragged along. Yeah, it kind of reminds me a lot of the shotgun. Sweet. Fighting for resing him. Doesn't hit the way he dressed. Oh yeah. Never mind. I was here. Have the. Good shotgun. Okay. Not too bad. Okay. I think I can remember where I was. This should be pretty easy. I used to speedrun that game, dude. Never like to the level of everyone else, but like I think I beat it in like 2 hours once. I don't remember what my fastest time is. Resident Evil games are pretty fast. But yeah, I'll find some time to stream that at some point. Wouldn't be Saturday, because that's when we're supposed to celebrate the anime. Or sorry, the manga. That's when yeah. So it's so Saturday would be when we celebrate the manga, because that's when technically it's the 12th in Japan. And then the actual 12th, maybe you can play Resident Evil. We'll see. It's going to be weird. Yeah, so I think the next chapter is going to be a big deal, specifically because of when it's coming out. It's like right after the anniversary. Next chapter is going to be a big fucking deal. It's right after the anniversary. What I'm mostly looking forward to is if Kana's going to draw something and if Reiji's going to draw something. We might not get art. I think it'll mostly just be celebration. I'm just not sure what to write. I gotta find out what to write. Oh, 3D model sent a gift. Thank you. It's very kind. I'm going to heart it. So what exactly are jewels? So I've seen this a few times now. What exactly are jewels? No? I guess I'll just end it here. Okay, gang. I'll see you later. Thank you for tuning in. Bye-bye. I'll probably stream tomorrow. I just don't know what time yet. I'll try to update you on I'll try to update you through a post. So either I'll post on YouTube or some sort of, or maybe some on Twitter or something. Just be on the lookout. Just be on the lookout.